Hey Logan, every time we get to the juicy bit of the conversation, the spaces crash.
His phone might have died as well if he fell asleep. I don't know if he had it
Yeah,
charged.
probably.
Yeah. But you do have a point.
Can't you can't peel back the lid on the universe without it fighting back.
Exactly. Universe is fighting back.
Hi, everyone.
Is it?
Can I finish my point?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I saw a podcast on this professor, and he basically said that the beings who ignored basically the reality did the best, and the ones that didn't fare well, I believe. So I don't know what that means. But basically, he said it proved that we're in a simulation for some reason. If anyone can make sense
Yeah,
of that.
that's kind of what Donald Hoffman talks about as well. And he's looking at the theory of evolution and the fitness payoffs, and that I can look back at my notes because I'm really trying to understand this because I find it incredibly fascinating. But there is no, like basically there's no fitness payoff to kind of seeing what's behind the scenes and to see reality as it is.
Maybe it's the
So
same guy because I think it was the same thing, kind of.
yeah, probably. I mean, because he kind of does use that evolution aspect, and I'm not. I'm understanding that more and more as I'm listening to more of his. Like he does a lot of interviews, but basically, again, if you're thinking about the computer VR simulation kind of example, we really don't want to know what's going on inside of the computer. In order to play the game, you kind of just have to understand the game and what's going on the screen. And so even though we think that, for it's an interface, and so even though it looks like we're dragging a file on the screen into the trash can, and we think that's deleting the file, we kind of intuitively know that it's really something else going on inside the computer. And like with the VR game, even though you're steering the car to go left or right, there is no car inside of your PS5. There is no road. It's all just zeros and ones and diodes and all kinds of complicated stuff going on inside. And so they found these geometric structures outside of space time, and they have found that the volume of these structures code for kind of like the projection of space time. And so all of these super complex calculations in quantum mechanics of the particle interactions that typically take up 200 pages of calculations can be done in like 2 lines, that can be done with pen and paper. Everything is simplified from this structure that's existing outside of space-time called the amplituhedron. And there's another structure that they discovered, and I don't even know how they found or discovered this, so don't ask me that. But it's kind of giving us insight into the quantum particle interactions that we notice. And so what Donald Hoffman is trying to do is, using like AI and using our technology, they're trying to learn how it's coding, so to speak. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but what he's trying to do is like reverse engineer space time And the reason he's trying to do that is to create new portals into space-time, and from there to take a look at what he calls conscious, what does he call them? Not conscious entities. I always forget the dang word, and I haven't slept. But he so he sees us as he sees consciousness as fundamental, and he admits that he is, kind of like making that up. He cannot prove that, and that's just Gödel's incompleteness theorem. You cannot really have any theory that you can never prove. There can never be a theory of anything, because at the end of the day, your theory is resting on some kind of foundation, and so whatever that foundation is kind of like an axiom that can't be proven because it's within the system of what you're trying to prove. But he thinks it's consciousness all the way down, like turtles all the way down, and that he will say that our experiences are the only thing that's real. Like the taste of chocolate is an example that he gives. So he kind of echoes the sentiments of what a lot of these spiritual teachers teach, and it's kind of like Buddhist, and I'm not too familiar with whatever other religions talk about things this way. But I'm losing track of where I'm going, but there are hands up anyways. I think Jay just had their hand up first.
Well, just regarding consciousness, like they've proven that if you show kindness towards plants, that it helps them to grow. So, like, and water absorbs your feelings. So, I mean, it proves that it's a moving force in the universe, kind of thing. And I'm just wondering if you were talking about shortcuts, like instead of taking the long way, people who take shortcuts might win in life, but are they really winning? You know what I mean? Are the beings really winning? Are they learning their lessons? Are they absorbing? Like, for some reason, I just want to absorb as much information as I can. I don't know why. I'm like addicted to it. And like, is that really why we're here? Like, is that our purpose? To just to learn and absorb information and grow as a consciousness. Like, it's to the point where I don't want to go to sleep. I force myself to go to sleep because I like to absorb more information.
I couldn't agree more. I have not slept. We've been in a space since like yesterday afternoon. And I agree with you. And I think Donald Hoffman does as well. I see your hand, Taylor. There does seem to be something to that. And I tend to take the long way and the hard way as well. It's like, it's like that karmic thing. Like, you can't shortcut things. And it does seem that, whether you call it a game or, however you interpret it, it seems like there is some kind of purpose and there is an evolution to be had. And what's interesting is that as you do evolve and as you do develop your ego the way it's supposed to be, and our culture doesn't really make that very easy, but you do tend to kind of have these more esoteric spiritual kind of inclinations and the longing for that which is spiritual, and perhaps even kind of you gain more like ESP kind of powers, or you just can kind of tap into things more. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but it kind of seems to be that. So it's like, do you win the game? I'm not sure, but I'm curious to hear what you have to say, Taylor.
Oh, there's a lot of cool stuff in that. I believe that it's not us that is the simulation. It's us interacting with a VR environment. So when I say simulation, that's what I mean. It's just what we live in, the current universe, the dodecahedron that contains all space-time. And then you said there's another hedron. There's, I don't know how many sides yours was.
Well,
What'd you say, Forrest?
It's the amplitude-hedron. And
yeah, how many sides is that?
I don't know, but I don't know if it's a static structure, but it can exist in multiple dimensions.
I just started it again because it stood down.
I'll
Thanks.
send a link to what it looks like, and to give you more information about it. Super interesting.
Right. I love that. I've got I have like a huge belief structure in the whole simulation theory design, and like it actually is a really beautiful. Once you get down to it, people are really afraid of the word simulation. It's like, I don't want my life to be a video game. Well, if you believe in reincarnation, what do you think this is? It's pretty much a video game, and we're gaining strengths. We're gaining modifications for our weapons. You know, metaphorically, we're and we're learning. You know, we're growing, but it's a constant. You know how you have games with expansion packs. We are expanding this universe, and I have seen the outside just of the dodecahedron and like dreams and psychic visions, and I mean, it is a dodecahedron with all of space time, the universe. It sits on a platform made of light that is capable of operating this dodecahedron as one of itself and infinite of itself simultaneously. I don't know that it can ever outgrow itself. Like, I don't think, seeing as it can run one and infinite at the same time, I think it can grow to infinite size. We, as imaginers, as creators ourselves, by just being creative and imagining, actually grow the universe. I believe that, and this is all my theory, by the way. I'm taking it from psychic visions and things that I've read in the Tao and the Bible and all that kind of stuff. And I see the correlation between it all. Like, all spirituality belongs together. And there is a way to link it all up. I don't know how yet, but I want to find out, you know?
Yeah, same. I mean, even psychology, self-help, philosophy, religions, they're all seemingly trying to point at the same thing or guide us along the same path in just different contexts. I've noticed that as well. And especially most recently, it's like things have come together for me and it's beautiful. It's like, whoa, you know? I don't know who had their hand up first. I'm sorry. I'm looking for that. I posted in the Nest one amplituhedron, but I'm going to find something else to add up there too.
I think Just was next.
Oh yeah, I want to talk about the universe. Scientists say that the universe has folded into itself and it then re-expanded again. I wondered what everyone thought of that. I saw an article on it the other day or yesterday.
I actually see that in the amplituhedron right there. It looks like it's folding in on itself. That's cool.
But it's done this many times, like kind of like rebirthing, you know.
Yeah, like flipping inside out and inside
Yeah,
out and
like
inside.
destroying and then restarting, destroying and restarting.
Yeah, just picking up on what you said about the Matrix. Before I got into this ufology thing, I thought for many, many years that there was an information band which kind of circles us. And I feel that you can draw from it in my own experiences. That's how it felt for me. And also, I think the whole disclosure thing is basically that we can be seen by past spirits. I've seen them personally, I believe, in 2 different forms, and I think once people realise that, I think that's the game. The game is up, basically. Whether or not it's probably some type of reincarnation, but somewhere else in the universe. It's probably not. You're probably not reincarnated on Earth, and I believe that is the big secret. But there must be a little bit more to it as well, because people that sort of know about disclosure seem to be very wary of it. So there's obviously some sort of sinister side to it. But I'm in full belief. And then especially when I met a lot of you guys, realised that there was people having the same sort of experiences. And since researching it, I'm pretty sure that what I saw years ago was real. And I think they are. I think that's it. I think once we find out that that's true, it changes your life forever. Because a lot of people have said once we find out, it changes your perspective on life. Well, if you know that you're being watched and it is some kind of Matrix Truman Show, then obviously that's a big game changer. And you've got, as human beings, we are literally just resources. We're like workers, and I think if people find out the truth, they're worried that people are sort of down tools, and that'll be the end of that. But yeah, just my take.
So are you saying, Majestic, that like once you can see past this dimension, you're on to another dimension, basically? You're not going to reincarnate in this world, and you reincarnate in other worlds. And you think we're just part of the simulation? We're just tools for the simulation?
Yeah, I think we're a conscious being, and I think the human body is just a vessel, some type of biological, whatever. I think most people are coming around to the idea that we've been created, and yeah, we're probably. I think we are just a consciousness inhabiting this body, and I know that what I saw years ago, and yeah, pretty much. And it's not whatever. I think a lot of people have been killed for it because they've exposed it. I think some people have found out and tried to tell people, and that's why they've been removed. But I think we're getting close.
What would be the purpose of removing them? Like, what would I think it would be freeing to know, and people wouldn't have fear if they knew, like, okay, there is life after life, and this is just a simulation, and they would actually maybe enjoy it more to some degree.
Yeah, exactly. But imagine if you knew that when you died, whether it was suicide or whether it was a natural death, or imagine if you knew that you would enter the realm of the consciousness and you would have a choice where you reincarnated. Imagine that kind of news to billions of people. You are going to have a problem on your hands, a major problem.
You mean for the powers that be? Go ahead, Taylor.
I was gonna say to your question, just I totally agree that I think people would get more enjoyment out of life if they saw that it doesn't matter as much as they thought. It's not as big a deal. It's a game, and it's like looking at life as fun in that way. I think we'd have a lot better time of life, because all we talk about is how life sucks right now, but I don't think it's supposed to. And to go back to an earlier point, I find it comforting that we are being watched by ancient species, because they do know what they're doing and I don't. So it's like I find it comforting to know that like spirits and advanced beings are helping me out, because I'm, it just makes me feel better, like I'm not alone.
Go
I don't
ahead,
know who's next.
Cronus.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna say one thing. This idea about
Your
the
audio is
next.
really staticky, Cronus.
Sorry. I'm going closer to I'm outside. Maybe that's why. Let's see. Is it better?
No.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Maybe try again.
That was pretty lethal, that, Logan.
Wow.
It's not very nice, is it?
Maybe they can come back. But I love what you said, Taylor, because that kind of speaks to, one of my tenets is to be generous in your assumptions. And it's not exactly that, but it's like, why not choose to embody the belief or take the belief that if there is a simulation, that they're helping us, why does everyone go to fear? Right. And so that's fascinating. Why not choose something that makes you feel better? Because it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. We'll never really know, or we don't know right now. So why not be optimistic about it? Just because it makes life easier and it makes it fun if you know that this is just a game and we are here to play. And I tend to believe that, although sometimes I take myself too seriously as well. But I
Yeah,
think it
but what's the
is.
game, right? That's where people go. I mean, how can you be positive in a world like this, right? I mean, I know
Well,
how,
it,
of
it,
course,
it
but I mean, like, you know what I mean, though, right? Like, this just
yeah,
with
but it's
murder and babies dying and all the kinds of crazy shit going on. I don't think people see it like this world as like a game. That's
but we
if
but
it is a game, then like, who are the creators?
those are good questions. But I think I came across something that was fascinating to me, and I immediately adopted it for the exact reason that I was just commenting on with Taylor's notion. Without duality, without this evil stuff. I mean, if you think about, the last couple of years have been like, it has opened people's eyes, it has awakened people, and people are moving kind of towards the light, or at least wanting to, because we would be stagnant if we weren't nudged and moved to kind of like stand up for what we believe in, and stand up for what we think is right, and kind of say no to this evil stuff. And I think we kind of suck at that right now. We're a little bit too compliant, but perhaps there's purpose, and perhaps these children and people that have been victimized or murdered, or whatever you want to call it, perhaps even they chose to come here to play that role, if we are just these conscious, um I had the word and then escaped me again, but there's different ways to think about it and to explain that, as part of the design. And maybe saying that it's a game is a little bit too far for most people, but just to think that we are consciousness experiencing itself. Oh, I just remembered something that I heard Donald Hoffman say in one of the last videos I watched, that if consciousness wanted to have an experience, wouldn't it want to have all the experiences? Because we have pain and we have joy and we have fear and we have, excitement, and there's a richness there. It's qualia, it's an experience. And maybe that's all it is. Can we just feel our pain and recognize it as just an experience that comes and it goes, if we can have the courage to let go of it, and to maybe even appreciate it, and maybe even learn from it. And so there's purpose in pain, and we can all look back on struggle and see that there were lessons to be learned in that. And if you don't do that, I would recommend it, because it really does make life easier. And you can tell the story about your experiences in a way that empowers you, instead of renders you a powerless victim to the world around you that's trying to get you. You can choose to think of it otherwise, but you know if you were consciousness, you might want to have pain. You might want to feel what it's like to die a painful death, just and appreciate it for the experience of it in a weird way. And that sounds kind of fucked up, but I don't know. There's something there that spoke to me when I heard him describe that, at least.
I don't know the order of people, so I
I was
can't say.
next.
Okay, great. Let me just say real quick that uh did I forgot? No, I didn't. It's no, you were talking about pain. Yeah, pain's great. Um, I think like we need pain, don't we? Like, without pain, then like we're fucked. How do you learn anything? If I could sit and veg out on my like in front of my TV all day, just feeling good, and like there's never any consequences for that, then yeah, we would be eternally fucked for sure. Anyways, go ahead, Just.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's a point where you feel so much pain that it's unbearable to live. And there are people in those situations. Um, but I just wanted to say that when, let's say, a bad event happens, it's not just affecting that one person or the people involved. It usually affects other people, the people who read about it in the newspaper. So they learn that, when bad things happen, um, it affects, it's a bad thing to do to hurt someone else. So, like events don't only affect those involved, they also affect those who observe it as well. So it's another way to teach and learn, I guess, for consciousness. Though, like, I don't know. I guess if we didn't have anything opposing, we wouldn't have any growth. So it's sort of needed. There's always a yin and yang. So it's kind of like a basic principle in our universe.
Well said.
Balance in all things.
Go ahead, Taylor.
Oh, I was gonna say, well, now I've lost it. That was really good. Just I can't remember where I was. It's like I've got this bookmark in my mind. I'll think of it. Come back to me.
His Majesty.
Yeah, I have the same problems. As soon as somebody talks, you kind of think about what they're saying. I think that I sort of trust in my own sort of senses now as I've got older. I love listening to other people, but I think I try to make sort of my own sort of beliefs. I try to sort of put them into everything I do, so to speak. I had something else to say, and that's gone out of my head now as well. What was it? Oh shit, it's gone. I was playing the guitar and listening at the same time, so that's why I forgot. Sorry about that.
I just saw this lady like you know those amusement park rides where like you just you get launched into the air, like you just like really like shot into the air like really fast, like got a carnival. I don't know if carnivals do it, but like more like the bigger ones, I guess. This girl like gets thrown into the air, and there's a video camera. I guess they film them as they launch them, and a bird just smashes right into the middle of her chest, and she has her mouth open, right? So it gets her right in the mouth and just stays there. Oh man, it's like a giant fly swatter. What a bummer. Anyway, what were we talking about?
I love Logan's intermittent commentary on what's going on around him. It's like, it wouldn't be a Logan space without it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's your Logan style, to be fair. I do enjoy it.
I just wanted to say that I always knew that we're kind of connected, because whenever I saw someone in pain, like something like that, Logan, like I would feel the pain as well of the other person. I don't know if other people, like when you see someone hurt, do you not like consciously feel the pain even in your body of the other person? Like I can't watch people get
I'm
hurt.
laughing way.
What?
I'm laughing way too hard to feel pain.
Well, for me, I would find that I'd feel horrible for the bird and I'd feel horrible for the woman. That's just me. But like I often, since I was young, I always felt the pain of someone getting hurt, and I just psychically couldn't take it. So if I saw a movie that someone gets hurt, I couldn't watch it. I don't know how others feel about that.
You know, my mistake. I didn't share the video. I just put it up at the top. But yeah, the bird and the girl are both fine. The bird was probably like, what the? Was probably just as surprised as the girl was, really. But yeah.
I'm with you. I get it's disturbing for me to witness that as well. I also posted in the nest the last two videos that I referenced. There's like a part 1 and a part 2. They're really good, and he kind of gets more spiritual in this particular interview. So I think, where did he go? Oh, Taylor, I think you would enjoy it if you're interested in that. It kind of pulls a lot of what we're talking about together. And conscious agents is the word that was escaping me.
Taylor, say what you just said one more time, Force.
Let me see if I can remember. About the video? Or before
yes,
that?
Everything. I was distracted.
Okay. Um, I posted in the Nest the videos that I was referencing from Donald Hoffman, where he talks about the amplituhedron and the conscious agents, and how the amplituhedron kind of projects a space time, but he also kind of gets away from the technical physics, so to speak, and talks about, his take on the spirituality of it, and he connects them quite directly, but he's very scientific, he's very open-minded, and he keeps himself in check, but he really gets kind of like deep into, he's very humble, and so that's another thing that kind of goes along with, just working our way up the ladder towards self-actualization and developing your ego before you can, like, try to, quote, transcend it. It's very humbling, and so
Absolutely.
he talks about being a speck of dust, and he always just kind of like, he's not self-deprecating, but he just, like, he knows where he is, and he knows that, we are just like in this nothingness, but we're also everything at the same time. So I really enjoyed and appreciated, I was like, damn, he's there, he gets it in a deep way. He meditates for 3 hours a day on nothingness and silence, just to try to access, just open-minded to ideas coming to him, and to try to learn how to think outside of space-time. He's really interested in figuring out the truth is what it comes down to, but he does have like a spiritual take on it as well, which it just echoes, it just resonates for me personally. It's beautiful.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds like my jam. It was very similar to his experience. The year I got off heroin 20 years ago, I learned from a psychic how to meditate. And I didn't know what I was accessing at the time. I just knew that deep states of meditation got me high. So I stayed in meditation for hours a day that first year, back in 2006 to 2007. 20 minutes to 6 hours a day, I would go under and stay awake in these, self-hypnotic states. And what I didn't know was I was accessing what's a brainwave state called lambda. And this is something that Buddhist monks do a lot. And one of your points I liked, Force, it goes back to, and this resonates with Zen Buddhism, but you were talking about like self-actualization. It is, you become a Buddha yourself. And, you cease to like worldly things cease to matter to you. You become that little wise man, the one that retires on a treacherous mountain because, that's where all good Zen masters retire. But it's like reaching that point of self-actualization. And then, what was I saying before that?
I don't know, because I hear church bells in the background, and that's like, whoa.
I know, right?
Whoa.
It is beautiful, though. It really is beautiful.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, thank you. I've put a lot of time into honing like my psychic ability, and in doing so, like that whole year that I was doing all that meditation, it was like I was living on my dad's ranch. It's 200 acres in the middle of nowhere, and so I had a Bible, and the Essential Ellison, which is just a compilation of Harlan Ellison's short stories, which is just awesome. Anyway, so I read the entire Bible, and being like an obsessive drug addict, it seemed like if I didn't read every word, and I mean every name and numbers and law and Leviticus, everything, every Psalm and freaking Psalms, if I left a single word out of the Bible and went back to using, I might never forgive myself. But see, lambda, state of mind, is associated with super learning and super memory. So the whole year I was reading the Bible, I'm doing these super deep states of meditation that are unlocking my super memory. Do you get where I'm going with this? I didn't mean to. It just kind of fell out that way. Now I've memorized the Tao Te Ching as well, which is a huge dot you need to connect. in order to sort of like see the Bible on like a cosmic scale, you've got to connect to the oneness of all things. And you hit on that point, Force. That was awesome. Like, you've got to connect to the fact that we are all one God. If there is a God, and when I say God, like, I'll put a capital G on it. The word water won't get you wet, even if you capitalize it. But it's like, I say it as, because it's a 3-letter word and it's really fast. But I mean the very first creator being inside our simulation. I mean the very first creator being that realized that sound could create, spoke creation, said, let there be light. And he saw it was good. But it was like, he didn't gather up a bunch of, photons himself and then like throw them into the matrix here. He spoke them into existence, and the matrix delivered him light. Does that make sense?
Hey Taylor, a couple of days ago when I talked to you, for those that weren't here, do you mind telling me, like, so the first time we'd met, I'm not really like a huge believer in psychics or anything, like, but you kind of turned me around a little bit on that. The first time you had met me, you told me that like my aura was like green, or like, I don't know. I don't really want to get into it, talking about myself, but it was what it was. And then
I want to hear it.
well, I have the recording of it I could play, I guess. That's kind of weird to play his own voice in front of him, though. But it was.
It's okay. I don't mind. I record things all the time. I don't know. And like, sometimes I do my own meditations. Like, I'm a hypnotherapist, so I record like guided meditations for people a lot.
Oh, well, I mean, every single one of these spaces are always recorded, so that's why I had to record it. But let's see if I can.
If you think it would be it would help, whatever you're about to say, yeah, pull it up.
Well, I don't know. It wouldn't. Maybe for people listening, maybe it would provide some like context, but not necessarily. I just realized the thing I was going to play it on is giving me the speaker's not working for some reason. But I'll play it afterwards so you guys can know what I was talking about. But anyways, but you remember what you told me last time, Taylor? What my aura was?
Yeah, you're still green, but there was a twinge of pink in it. It's not there today. It's blue now. So that fire is gone because you did some cooling and calming, but now you're a little depressed.
It's funny that you say that. I don't know why you like say these things. What gives you that, like, because like there's nothing that would have given him the idea that like I was mad before, or that like I'm mad now or depressed now. You know what I mean? So
I can see. I literally can see it. I just can see in my third eye that you have what your aura color is, and it's green with. And the other day it had a twinge of pink, which meant anger. There was a little explosion there. And now that twinge of pink has turned blue, meaning you've doused it, but you also kind of have the blues because the way I make connections and the way I interpret, my visions, it's hard to explain. I can explain it. It just would take all day.
No, you don't need to.
Okay.
Yeah. So so today you said it's okay. Like I'm depressed today. Okay.
No, you've got a little depression in there, but you're mostly cool and calm. You're mostly like you've returned to your center because, as blue is like spirituality, intuition, inspiration, inner peace. But it is associated with having the blues. But because you're predominantly green still, you're still number one growing, but you still have it in your energy to heal others. I mean, as well as yourself.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, like the whole thing. Like I said, you have no way of knowing anything about me, right? So, but somehow you're right. Somehow, all 3 times. I don't know how that's possible, but yeah, it's pretty impressive. So anyway, go ahead, Jess or Chrissy. I'm not sure which one was first.
Jess, you first.
Thanks, Chrissy. What was I going to say? Yeah, I think we all have an aura around us. I remember Daniel Brinkley, I went to see him and he said, he pulled out a rainbow scarf and he said, when I look at you, I don't see a person, I see this. And it was like a rainbow scarf. So we all have these colors, I guess, that come off us just as living beings. It's a force field. And Taylor, how do you see the colors? Like, what color am I today? I'm curious if you can pick
Pink.
up.
Were you pink last time?
I'm wearing pink, so that's
Oh, okay.
funny.
But have I read your aura before? Because it seems like
No.
it's eternally pink. Okay. Yeah, you're pink today, and pink is unconditional love requiring nothing in return. Makes you a good friend. It's like conviviality and a good shoulder to cry on. I know you well enough to say,
Yeah.
without being psychic, that you're probably great at giving advice, but it's like you don't take your own advice. Do as I say, not as I do, which I have no personal experience. You should be ashamed. No, I'm kidding. I don't take my own advice either. So
Yeah, it's almost as if like we can always see from the outsider's point of view, but with our own lives, it's harder to see, right?
And not just that, Jay, like the pink aura would, especially in your case, because there's a lot of light to it.
I was gonna go ahead and play that for you, like
Oh, go ahead.
I brought it up. I said I would. Just real quick.
A week, month, year, and say this just like your energy right now. Yeah, I mean, you look at our like your. I mean, and I'm just going by aura color. You're green. I've seen aura colors change by the day, or by the hour, day, week, month, year, and stay the same for a lifetime. Today you're green predominantly, and green is the color of money, luck, prosperity, vitality, and fertility. If you've got a girlfriend, now is the time to be careful unless you want a kid. And it's the most healing color on the spectrum. It shows you have ability as a healer. You've got a healing touch. I've always thought you have kind of a healing voice, Logan, because there's very little ego to it. So that's a very healing factor. But as far as like growth is concerned, you're in this time of like extreme exponential growth. And that probably goes for a lot of us in this room right now. But for you, Logan, your energy, your auric field exudes something that has, you have your questions, you have your life around you. Do you have kids? No. I sense that it's like, then it's all these different aspects of yourself in your mind. It's like you're still raising. Different sections of your brain, if that makes sense. It's like you've had this activation, you've kicked on, and now you found, like Screen was saying, it's like I had to rethink my whole life. I had just gotten my life nice and predictable, and now you're saying there's like a multiverse. Great. So now I got to add a bunch of dimensions to what I already had, figured out. It's kind of the same for you right now, Logan. Like from what I'm sensing is that there's this array of new, loving energy, but it's all you. And you probably weren't expecting that. Now, you get tired a lot because you put the needs of others before your own too often. And I think you feel guilty, like you're lazy or something, because you can be tired having not done much. It's not you. It's not necessarily that they're energy vampires. It's that you're giving your energy to them. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah, I mean, that's just energy. I've also got tarot cards. I have.
Yeah, so that was the whole thing, pretty much.
Did you did you kind of feel it was correct at the time, Logan? Like, did it radiate with you? Was that the word?
He nailed it, I guess, at the time. Yeah, it's funny to hear it back. I think that was like that was April 4th, I think, something like that. So
It probably makes no sense for you to like today, but it would have.
No, it makes more sense actually, because
Oh, okay.
reflecting back on it, like, and having digested, I can kind of like understand it better, like what was going on at the moment. But yeah, someone else told me that recently. Like, be careful like where you spend your energy, and it's all about like being careful with like how you choose to use it, or where you choose to waste it, more particularly, because you only get so much, and you need to be better with it. So, anyway, what's up, Natalie?
Hi. Let's have Chrissy talk real quick.
Hi, thank you. Are you sure you can go first? I mean, no problem. But okay, I'll go. All right, so two things. Energy. The other night when I was speaking and I shared, I think it was last night actually, I shared stuff. Um, and what I do find is afterwards, I get a draining feeling, and when I have those events, when I have the communications, I feel a physical draining, like I need to step back from everything. There have been times where I've actually had to force myself to stop participating in whatever it was. And actually, Mrs. Posterity, Jamie, she actually, her psyche knew something was going on with me, and she was unwittingly, but it turns out on purposely, she was sending me stuff to distract me. She somehow picked up on it and was able to help me disconnect so that I could stop and just focus and calm down. She could feel it. Now, Jamie and I have met. We have a simpatico kind of relationship that I can't explain for two strangers on this planet meeting each other just by spaces. But Jamie and I have some kind of connection, and she was. I trusted when all of a sudden I'm like seeing stuff from her, and I'm like, she's like, yeah, I could tell you needed something, and I'm just like, wow, she wasn't. I don't even know if she was in the room or just looking at my tweets or something like that. But that was interesting. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk about was uh, the emotion, the emotion factor, the empathy level. Before the UFO, yes, I've always been empathetic and caring and concerned for my fellow man. And like emotions would be seeing, things on movies and crying at them because they meant something or it touched an emotion or something like that. And so now these events that I'm having are not necessarily related to anything except like what's happening at the moment. And so then I'm like, if I focus on it in even a percentage, like 25% of focus now, I can actually feel so much pain and suffering from people in the world that it hurts. It hurts so bad. I've never felt like that before, where I could actually feel them. That's another oddity that has started to happen to me since seeing my UFO. So that's been a challenge to try to understand and work with that so that I understand what it means and that other people don't misinterpret it.
Do you want to go back to Natalie? You ready?
Yeah. So I was thinking about what Force said, that the guy in the video said about consciousness, wouldn't it choose to feel everything or something like that? And at first I was like, yes, that's true. I was like, no, that's not true, because another person's going to make decisions to feel something that I may never feel in my entire lifetime. And I was like, yes, it is true because of compassion. And then I just started thinking of this song and how like I feel like I'm one mistake away from God leaving me. Like one mistake away and God leaves me forever. But there's this thing called forgiveness. And the song's like it's like, I'm just one mistake away from you leaving me this way. Jesus, can you show me just how far the east is from the west? 'Cause I can't bear to see the man I've been rising up in me again. In the arms of your mercy I'll find rest. 'Cause you know just how far the east is from the west. One scarred hand to the other.
Oh, you're gonna make us all cry.
Yes, I'm crying here too. You just don't know what you just did.
Crying is a release of emotions and
Yeah.
energy, so it's okay.
Well, I wanted to say, sorry for stepping on toes. I don't even know who this was that was talking. I don't have my phone in my hand. But I wanted to say when I was younger, I felt that way. I felt that way a lot when I was just out of high school. I can remember walking and talking and just trying to figure it all out. You're on the right path.
Thank you.
Yep, go ahead, Justin. I mean, I don't know. Can you be on the wrong path? You know what I
I
mean?
think it was
Because whatever path you're on is the right one for you. So
Forrest, go
Yeah,
ahead.
Oh, I'm just sitting here feeling y'all. Damn, I feel y'all. You can go ahead, Just.
Yeah, I just wanted to say you have to kind of, regarding the path, you know, I used to feel like I was on the right path when I was younger. Now I think I've kind of ignored things, so I'm not on the right path right now, kind of like just stuff things to the side. And I don't know if we can ever figure out the universe. I don't know if we're meant to. Maybe we are. I don't know. Taylor might know more about this, or others might.
I was just going over my notes from this morning. Natalie reminded me something I was writing. It's crazy because she came in here. It was like, let's see. I believe the universe formed God. Now I have no basis for this other than my own psychic visions and dreams. But I believe, and again, you know, when I say God, I'm referring to the very first being in the simulation or the universe. God was the first being to become conscious of being alive. And like us, God may not have known what he was, how he got here, or why he was here at first. Essentially, God may have been alone for longer than I care to imagine before he even started to understand that he was alone. He may have spent ages in silent contemplation before speaking his first word. Between when God was conscious of himself to when God, or between when God wasn't conscious of himself to when God was conscious of himself, the Big Bang had already happened and the universe was forming itself. So it was just, it's weird that you brought up the whole, and like, no, you can't. I hear people say all the time, oh, well, that was when I found God. Well, you can't lose God, Natalie. And you know, I've been a psychic medium for a long time. Like, it's just, that's what I've learned in my own study and working with people for all that time. Is it's just like there's no, you think that you're gonna fall out of grace somehow, and there's no way to.
yeah. So someone in the one of the listeners, they wanted me to ask you something, Taylor. I'm not sure how you would even do this exactly, but they said, can you ask him to do me without saying, I probably wasn't supposed to say that part. Well, yeah, he's just saying, can you do him? Well, actually, dude, I can say like who you are, right? Because like that's how else is he gonna do it otherwise, right? I'm gonna assume that's
I
a
can
yes.
tell you. You don't have to tell me who it is. Like the person who wrote that, I'll just like read the energy of them. How's that?
Or you could just check the thumbs up he's giving. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the thumbs up, maybe. I think it's funny because the word vicious comes up, but it's like it comes up like this. I think the most vicious thing about your current reality, usually when I start a reading with that, it's I'm glad you're here. I think the most vicious thing about your reality is the fact that you're being forced to unforce yourself. How do I say this? You're being torn between things that you have no choice but to do and things that maybe you should have a choice to be doing, but you don't feel like you have a choice to do them, if that makes sense. So it's like whatever you're going through right now, it is temporary, and you may have more choice, in life, in your life, in the direction of it than you think you do. But that doesn't mean like there's something that you're doing or not doing that will, grant you salvation from whatever it is you're like focused on. Work, it could be a relationship. It's usually a relationship. This feels like your heart's in it, but your heart could be in work. What I sense is just the sheer lack of want to, how do I say, motivation, energy. The lack of energy stems from just self-doubt, and that's temporary too, you know.
Amen. Just
Do you believe that like we come here as younger souls, older souls, that sort of thing? Quanta, did you relate to that? I'm wondering. Is he clapping because of that? Do we come here as like, and Taylor, if you become like, okay, I was in a room with someone and I said something towards them about who they were and I was right. And it kind of freaked me out. I've always had like hunches and knowings, and actually I helped them, I helped them in some sort of way with that. And I'm just wondering if, like, I know we're all naturally psychic, but I'm wondering if I've always been psychic, but I didn't know it. Like have more of a strong, um, I don't know. I don't know if I am or not because I've always had like premonitions. Is that, is that, I guess it's some sort of psychic ability, you know?
A lot of times we have trouble embracing it just because it's like a superpower. We see it as like a power, as something that gives us power, but it's something every single person has. And we think I wouldn't know what to do with such a thing, and I would feel like I had to use it. And so we just pretend it's not happening. We're not psychic, or maybe we want to be, but we would never admit it when we find that, holy shit, yeah, I just called that premonition, or that premonition was dead on balls. Everything, that my grandma told me would happen, has happened. Things like that. It scares us. And the people that laugh the hardest when I tell them what I do for a living are the ones to find me privately in an undisclosed location and tell me about this one ghost story that scared the living shit out of them. And just embracing the fact that there is a paranormal phenomenon. There is, you know, if spirituality, if God is real, then it's all real. And I sort of went down this whole psychic path because I thought that it would help me get closer to God. I was using those deep meditations to talk to something that said it was God. And though I was always told to be careful of something saying that, it wasn't saying to like light things on fire or anything. So I just kept, you know, meditating on that process. And it's like, I hadn't made it that far in my Bible yet that year I did all that meditation. And like, I just remember thinking, like, during all that time, I got the question, what do you want? I'll give you anything you want. And I just said, I want to be more psychic, it seems like, you know, because I was like really hardcore. I'm got to get off heroin. I got to embrace something. I was like, it gets me closer to God, see? And then I came across First Kings, or Second Kings, where Solomon, he goes to Solomon and asks Solomon, "What? I'll give you anything you want." And Solomon says, "I'd like a discerning heart to lead your people with." And God's like, "What? That's badass. You know what? Just because you didn't ask for death to your enemies or great wealth, I'm gonna give you both of those too. And here's your freaking discerning heart, sweetheart." Anyway, it was almost like a gift, a blessing, but it was almost too good to be true for me, because I always knew there was something about me, but I'm from Texas. I would have never guessed it was this if I hadn't been desperate one year to stay off the needle, you know. And it's been 20 years, you know.
Well,
But
Taylor,
yeah, go ahead.
Taylor, do you feel like once you let go of the ego and you allow yourself to really listen to the universe and listen to people, that you can pick up um, different things from that? Like you read their energy more because you're leaving yourself out of it. And
Absolutely. And it will, and the point is, when I read someone, is to embody them, see with their eyes, hear with their ears, know with their thoughts, feel with their heart. And that way I can get an absolute perspective of like, this is what's going on with them and this is how they feel about it. And I start the reading sort of from that. Does that make sense?
yeah,
So
I don't know, but how do you pick up? Like, how did I pick up? Like, I have talked to like,
it
okay,
happens very quickly, just like
like I picked up, let me just finish. Like I was going to go on a date with someone and I spoke to them over the phone and I basically told them you're a neat freak. You're a complete neat freak. And I don't know how I knew it was a man, right? I don't know how I knew that about them instantly. Like how do you pick up those kind of ideas? Or like I just get senses about people very easily.
Let me just say real quick. Are they here? Yeah. Anyway, I got a message from somebody that they're saying that they really like are enjoying the space right now, and they like love the folks in here, and they started listening almost a year ago, coming off of a certain substance, and they say that you guys are saviors every day of their life. More power to you guys. So yeah, I thought that'd be cool for you guys to hear.
Well, we're talking about something more than, just everyday things. We're talking about like uh, the spirit. And I think it's very healing to know that we're more than, just, um, we're more than just what we think we are. We're also spirit. And it's comforting, I guess. Sorry, Taylor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just trying to finish my thought because I just want to get the whole thought out there. Like, I just don't understand this. And sometimes I feel like, um, I don't know.
I had a client the other day. I was just saying, and I see you, Force. I'm just saying real quick. it was pretty much, I was done with the reading, and I was like, all right, well, I'll talk to you. If you want to just talk or something. It was my last reading of the day, and she goes, I don't care what you say, just keep talking. So that's kind of the sense I get right now.
So maybe you're here to heal someone or many people in the audience.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that person that you read in the audience is dead on. Go ahead, Forrest.
I love this. And just maybe you're here to do the same. And I think that, we all do have the potential to tap into things. We are all connected and everything is energy. And it's interesting that, a lot of times we're not aware of it. And I used to consult with, there were these two different psychic ladies that over time I had met with intermittently, and they were both pretty spot on, but yet they would both tell me, that I was psychic. And I'm like, nah, like, then I know people that are, and I, I hear about their experiences, and I don't have those experiences. And so, but they were just consistent in that. And one time, the woman, I had moved out of my hometown, but I was consulting with her as I was like facing divorce. And she was like, "Oh, honey, I wish you could come to my class." And I was like, "What's your class? Maybe I'll come if I can." And so I was able to go, and I brought my psychic friend. And it was like this class on, I don't even know what it was called, but it was like, for people to kind of like, I don't know. She was just like giving a class to try to help people understand these things and cultivate them. And um so I went because I wanted to, attend her class, because she was, I love this lady. And I was horrified when, well, first of all, the first thing that happened, I was sitting in the front row because my psychic friend, was like one of the the people that would sit in the front row of the class, and I'd probably be in the back row if it were up to me. So we're in the front row, and they were passing out these raffle tickets, that someone was going to win a book that one of the guys there had written. Actually, it was a book on like a haunting. I have it somewhere. I just saw it the other day. But I looked at my friend and the woman next to me, and I'm like, I'm going to win. And I don't know what compelled me to say that, but I did. I won the raffle, and so did my friend sitting next to me. So I was like, whoa, that was like, ooh, okay, you've got my attention. Bernice was her name. And then Bernice, like, I was admittedly just uncomfortable. Like, I'm like, I don't feel like I belong here. I kind of felt like a fraud, and I was uncomfortable, especially when they asked us to find a person you don't know and, take 5 minutes and read them, or 3 minutes. And I was like, wait, what? I'm like, just like that, like, hold their watch or whatever. And I'm like, don't we get like 30 minutes to meditate? I was like so uncomfortable. And I just kind of didn't say anything for the first, probably 85% of it. And then I said something towards the end, and it resonated with her in a way. And then so when she had us do it again with the next person, I was like, okay, last time I didn't say anything because I felt like I didn't know what the heck I was talking about. So this time I'm gonna do the opposite. I'm just gonna say whatever comes to my mind, and I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I don't really think I should be, whatever I was saying. I just didn't want the person, I didn't expect much to happen. So I was trying to like preface it to her. And a name popped into my head. So I just said it as soon as I thought of it. And she goes, "Oh, that's my daughter's name." And I'm like, "What?" And then it went on from there. I can't really visualize it. I can't create an image in my mind's eye. It's called aphantasia. But I was seeing, like, I was seeing things in like the bottom left corner of my mind's eye. Like, I saw an airplane, and I asked her if she was traveling, and she said yes. And then I saw a Mickey Mouse. And so when these kind of images are coming to me, it kind of like tells me that I'm not like making it up. And so I saw Mickey Mouse. I asked her if she was going to Disney World, but she said, no, but you're close. I'm like, oh, Florida. She said, yeah, that's where my daughter lives. And so all these things, it freaked me out. But what that did for me is to show me to pay attention to these things, because to me it didn't really seem any different than any other thought, like just there's always a cacophony going on inside of my head. And so and I went up to her and introduced myself during one of the breaks, and she's like, I know who you are. And she's like, I told you, honey, I told you. Because I was like, you're right, I'm like, I could pick up on stuff with the people. And she's like, I know, I've been trying to tell you. So sometimes it just takes something like that, being forced into a situation, to be shown how much you can pick up on with a stranger. But it was cool, but it was kind of like I almost fell out of my chair at one point. But I also wanted to mention what I was saying earlier, that all these experiences and these painful things that we go through, there's often a gift. And I think Taylor's story kind of shows us that, like, but for the addiction, he would never have gone into this healing that, ended up kind of creating a life path for him, and a gift was cultivated in that. And so I'm sure he looks upon that with gratitude. But yeah, so that was a lot. I'm curious about what you'd pick up on me, but I'm also happy to do a reading with you. Obviously you're spot on, and I'm so fascinated because I'm kind of lost at this time. But yeah.
Do you want me to speak to that really quick? I'll just say, and I'll let the girls go. I'm sorry, y'all. That 30 minutes of meditation before reading, that's somewhere I was in the first, I don't know, probably 15 years ago now. First couple of years doing this, I needed like 30 minutes of meditation. I didn't know if I could do a reading without it and be accurate. But I had Sylvia Brown on Montel, and I was stuck out on the ranch, 200 acres in the middle of nowhere. So, and she was just so fast. She answered these psychic questions so quickly. So it was like, okay, I know how fast it can be. I'll, work toward that. So I did. And so a lot of people, if you're just starting out, like everybody is born with a measure of psychicness, with a measure of intuition. For me, it's like Bruce Lee. He was just born to do martial arts. Anybody can be taught how to do Jeet Kune Do, and if they work really hard, they'll get really badass at it. It's the same thing with being psychic. So it's like you can't compare your readings to mine. I've done 10,000 hours in session. So if it sounds like I'm really fast and it's just easy for me, it took a long time to get here, But yeah, I've always been gifted. But I'm a surrealist. I'm a surreal visual artist. And it's just crazy because I'm really good with the whole third eye thing, and I see visions very clearly. There, somebody else go.
Chrissy, go ahead.
No, I wanted to say one more thing that I forgot. I'm sorry. That I think, the fact that society teaches us to dismiss this is
I
significant.
can't hear anyone talking. Is anyone talking?
Force
Yeah.
is talking.
Oh, crap. But I think that there's a reason why we don't trust ourselves, and we're kind of taught not to. We're taught to dismiss this intuition, and it's just woo woo, and you're crazy if you think that you can talk to dead people and all that. So I think that's kind of part of. I know that I didn't trust myself, which is why I was like, very uncomfortable. But yeah, there was no preparation, there was no time to meditate or get into any kind of headspace. It was just, okay, grab a partner, and yet I still could pick up on the person. I also think the environment surrounded a room of psychic people probably amplified things for sure. But I just wanted to add that, that we are taught to dismiss our intuition, and so we kind of have to overcome that just to kind of get back to our baseline.
Chrissy, can you hear now?
She might have to leave and come back. I don't think she can hear me, but she'll have to leave and come back, and then she should be
I
okay.
think she did. Is she on speaker? Is she a speaker now? Chrissy?
She looks like a listener from my end, but I just heard her a microphone.
I see her as speaker. I don't know. Has something's
Oh, maybe I
messed
need to
up.
leave. Can you hear me, Logan?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Thanks, guys. I can hear you now. It was so funny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm like, all of a sudden, I'm like, Logan's playing all this music from the 80s. And I'm like, wow, this is a nice little break. Isn't this fun? So I'm listening to all these. I'm so excited. I can't just, whatever, all these 80s songs. And then I'm like, wait a second, that's coming in awful clear. So I look at my phone. Somehow I'm disconnected from you guys somewhat. And I'm in my Spotify. And I'm like, oh my God, here I am. Go crazy.
Oh my God.
I'm like, okay, you guys can't hear me. I can't hear you. So thank you so much.
At least you were enjoying the music. Maybe that was meant to be,
It
right?
was. And I was going to say, Logan, great job. This was a perfect thing to do at this time of the morning. It woke me up. I hope it means something, like it's giving me some energy. What I put my hand up for, if you guys don't mind, the lady that sang that song earlier, I apologize, I don't know who it was, but if she's still here, I wanted to ask her if she is okay. Is there something we can do to help? How can we help you, sweetheart? Because I've been there, I understand it, and I'm sure many of us in this room do. So if we can help you, if you're still here, that'd be great. If you want to reach out again.
Hey, Chrissy, I'm Natalie. And just everything you're doing already is helping. So I'm just grateful to be here.
That's good to hear. Because, yeah, we don't know how we help each other. It could be in silence. It could be with just a little, emoji button. It could be a story. It could be anything. But I don't know. I just felt like, oh, something's telling me I got to go check on you, see if you're okay. So I'm glad to hear that you're here. Don't ever feel pressured like you have to share anything. That's what we know that when the time is right is when we share. And welcome. I'm glad to meet you, Natalie.
I just wanted to say, like, I sense a lot of myself in Natalie as a younger girl, like just very open to the world and want to experience a lot of things. And, it takes a while to grow as a human being. And it all seems sort of like daunting in the beginning. And you have a lot of self-doubt. And that's just normal. You'll find your strength as you go through things in life, and you learn your lessons from that. I mean, it never, some people find it easier as they go along. Some people find it harder, but you have to learn to love yourself. That's the most important lesson, I think, and love others around you, and forgive yourself and forgive others around you in order to kind of grow.
Yeah, I'm loving the stories about like Force, Just, and Taylor. Y'all all have shared like similar stories this morning about how you grew your psychic abilities and like had people in your life telling you that you're good, just lean into it. And it's amazing that you all like share that story, and I do too. And yeah, I mean, y'all might even be the people in my life who are like, you are psychic, just lean into it.
Well, like, you have to find your gifts, right? And your talents as a human being, and recognize them. I'm not psychic. I don't think I'm psychic. I just think that I kind of quiet my mind and listen, and I let the universe use me. It's kind of a guide. I feel I've always been kind of like that in people's lives, if I can, because I want to. And as Taylor said, I'm trying to learn unconditional love. And I think that there's a lot of power to that too. And I think you have that too. You have like this openness to the universe. And just protect yourself. Learn to protect yourself and learn to love yourself too as you go on. That's what I want to tell you.
How do you do that, Just? How do you, I guess not how do you learn to love yourself? Because it's probably a little different for everybody. But I don't know, what does everyone think? Like, what do you think, like
You learn to laugh at yourself, Logan, first of all. If you don't love other people, then you don't know how to love yourself, and vice versa, right? So if you don't forgive other people, maybe Taylor has another take on this, but if you like, I am not perfect. I still hold grudges against certain people who have hurt me. But if you don't learn to kind of like, Logan, you and we had like a falling out in the beginning, and at the time, and I'll be totally honest, at the time I was hurt because I feel like I had something to add to the conversation in this room. But I also realized that, I wanted to, whatever it was, I just wanted to forgive it. And, it might seem so insignificant to you, but it might be bigger to someone else. And I just felt like, you know what? You don't really see me as I am, but you will see me as I am because you don't know me. But eventually you will know me. And yeah, I'm really happy I got to partake in the conversation here. So I learned from that too, that, like I have to forgive and the other person has to forgive and we can, move on. And when we do that, we all heal, right? And we all find purpose. And, I've done some creepy things in my life too. That's why I say I'm not here to judge anyone. I'm only here to judge myself and grow from that and learn from others. And I teach my stepson, you can learn from your parents, but you can also learn how not to be and not judge it, but just learn that that's not what you want from your life and how you want to be in your life. And that's all I have to say on that.
what about the thing I was saying that like or maybe I didn't say it, but I meant to say somebody asked me yesterday, like not well they didn't ask me out. It doesn't matter, but I was saying yesterday about like I think that like learning to love yourself is just like a thing that like happens with age, right? I don't think it's like something somebody could teach you or whatever. You just have to kind of like learn how to do it on your own as you get older. And I think it's just a thing that you kind of just learn how to do as you get older. You know what I mean?
You kind of learn, like, everyone goes through shit and everyone goes through mistakes and everyone falls, and you learn that life isn't perfect and you can laugh at yourself for being imperfect and you can laugh at others for being imperfect, but also support them and try to grow from it.
It's great. Also, yeah, I don't know if we had much of a falling. I guess we had a little bit of a falling out just because your name used to be what, and so when I would call on you, I had to say the word what, and it was just it's hard. It's a hard thing to do as a host to like call like a name like what constantly, because then it's like I end just having to repeat it, and other people are like, "What?"
I understand, but I didn't understand then because to me it was just a short form of my full name, which this is a short form as well. And my part of me was saying, why do people want me to change, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to change, and why should I change for other people, right? It doesn't really matter. It's just a stupid nickname in the end. So I just changed it because it was just a stupid nickname. And I didn't really understand why it was confusing people. I thought they were just being bullies, to be quite honest. So I changed it to the beginning of the name and people seem to like it. So I'm happy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even honestly like call yourself like whatever you want to call yourself, but like just tell me like what to call you. That's like easy enough to like call you without having to like be confusing. You know what I mean? Like that could work too.
But you can choose that for yourself, Logan. If someone's name is what, you can say, I'm going to call you W. I mean, you could ask first, is there something else I can call you? But if they don't give you that something else, you as the host, I think that is something that you're entitled to do, to use the first letter, just, to avoid the confusion. That's fair, and so again, we have to take responsibility, and that is someone's name, and you want to honor that, but it is confusing because of for obvious reasons. And so I
Yeah, like
think,
I just thought it was cute. That's all. And
yeah,
I guess it's
Hmm.
my little, you know, I kind of have this. I have a sense of humor, so I guess I thought it was cute, but to other people it's confusing. So
I'm
I
so
just
glad that
changed it.
you came back with some like development. It's been amazing to see your growth from like one name to the next name.
It went from what to just. It's been evolution.
Well,
Uh,
actually, my full name was Jay Just What. I don't even know how I got that, but you know,
J just what to J just. Sweet. What's up? I don't know who was next now. Now I'm twisted around.
Taylor was next.
Taylor? What's up, Taylor?
Oh, I was enjoying the conversation. I can't remember now what we were talking about. Oh, yeah. God, was it past lives? No.
how to love yourself.
Yeah. Okay. So, and this was for Natalie. You came in here worried that you were going to fall out of favor with God. If you enter the world of psychicness, and you want to like do that and like pursue it, that is a sign that you'll be an honest psychic. I don't care what anybody tells you. You were almost in tears at whether or not God was going to give up on you. That will make you a really honest psychic, and Lord knows we need more of those. So, just letting you know.
I'll take it.
Hey, let me try this. Can you guys hear me on this mic?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
dope. It's my laptop mic. I didn't realize it worked. Anyway, Chris. Actually, what's up, Sally? And where'd Quad go? Quad came up too. I guess he went back down. Anyways, you want to say something, Sally?
No. I just saying, just joining this space today. Good conversation.
Good to have you, buddy. You want to have a music space after this?
Oh, yes. I enjoy your spaces where we play music, and I would like to do it again, probably sometime later today.
Well, sounds good.
Are you going
Okay.
to sing?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe kick out a couple tunes. It's good. I like the music spaces. The music spaces and the experiencer spaces are like my two favorite spaces of all places and spaces.
Chrissy, what's up?
I actually forced you were before me. Do you remember what you were going to say? You can go first.
Force has her hand up?
I did.
She did. She did.
Just about like the learning to love ourselves. I think that is a difficult thing. I think it is a process, and at least I can only speak to my own perspective or my own experience, and it was in feeling unloved. And so we all, I think, struggle with worthiness, and it's, I think the reason we struggle with it or we feel like we're not loved is because on some level we know that we are worthy of love. And, I've kind of been gone into all different rabbit holes for as long as I can remember, um about all kinds of things, but always drawn to psychology and spirituality. And I guess I've probably taken bits and pieces of that along the way, but it's one thing to kind of understand something cognitively, and it's quite another to embody it and integrate it, right? But it's like sometimes you just get to a point, and I think it was like in my marriage, this dysfunctional marriage, and the divorce, the toxicity of it, you just kind of have had enough. And so sometimes it is these teachers that appear to us in the form of a victimizer, some perpetrator. And it gets us to kind of learn how to assert ourselves and say enough is enough, and say I am, worthy of love. And so sometimes it is just kind of the reaction that we have of feeling diminished and feeling that we don't matter. Like, if you truly didn't matter and if you truly believed you didn't matter, you would be okay with that. You wouldn't detect any error, but we do detect an error. And so, yeah, it's kind of hard to I don't know, admit that to ourselves if we've kind of been taught and shown that we're unlovable or unworthy. And I think, the experience that we develop and the wisdom over time does help, but you just kind of decide. You just kind of decide, and it's very empowering because it is kind of just a choice to stand up and assert yourself. But I just wanted to mention that for me, at least, I think a lot of the pressure of the pain of situations and feeling, unloved, what I've learned is that um, love to me, as I see it, is a verb. It is a choice. It is action. And so what I've can tell you is true from my experience is that, we all walk around looking to feel loved. And what we can learn is that in the choosing love and the offering of love and the acting out of love is when you feel it. So I decided to find compassion for the man that was, putting me through this divorce, because I was losing my sanity with what was happening. And I could find compassion because I know enough about his history, and all of a sudden there was peace. And after 2 years, like, just a moment of peace, and I have not looked back. And so I could act respectful and kind and compassionate and loving to the man who is making it his job and his, like, life's mission to hurt me and diminish me and make me suffer and struggle. And I felt love when I chose to be loving, regardless of an absence of reciprocity, or regardless of how he assumed that to be manipulative, because I actually had compassion for that as well. Someone doesn't just wake up one day and decide to be loving. That must be manipulative. But I would feel love. The bigger of an asshole that he was, if I was just like, okay, like, I love you and I want you to, be happy, and I want you to have what you want, I felt good. And I think I when I talk about that to people, they push back because, and the other benefit of going through all this was, like, your ego gets destroyed. My ego was destroyed in a court of law, basically. And that was such a blessing. It was painful, but when your ego is destroyed, you can do these kind of things, right? Like, it that happened for me on my behalf, and it was a gift, which allowed me to be loving to somebody who was treating me like shit. And I felt the love that I was giving. And I think that's kind of, what we can get to the place of learning. But you can't just fake your way through that, but maybe you can. Maybe you can decide to try it out and see what happens, because I can tell you that it does shift the other person's perspective. It does shift the dynamic of the relationship, regardless of the other person's willingness to participate in your little experiment. He continued to be an asshole. Eventually he saw that I was consistent, and he had appreciation, and I think he developed some respect for me, and perhaps some guilt even, but that's how you feel the love, by being the love and demonstrating it, without expectations, without, getting something in return. But that's how most of us kind of view relationships. And we think we deserve and we want to feel loved, and our partner should make us feel loved because that's their job, isn't it? No, that's your job, but anyways, I'm getting carried
Can
away.
I just interject something? Like, also, you have to protect yourself. You have to give them unconditional kind of I don't know what it is, if it's love or just, as a human being, but know that you also have to protect yourself from whatever it is they're dishing out to you, because it can be psychically traumatizing too. So that's important to know.
Yeah, and I guess that is important to mention. I had good boundaries. He could say he could And he did. I mean, he pulled out everything, went for the jugular. And I just saw that that was about him and that he was acting out of self-preservation. He was attacking me on the outside and from, the outside looking in. And I used to perceive that as being personally attacked, but what I could see it at some point when I could detach from it, and see that he was just hurting and he was feeling out of control and he was doing the best he could to maintain his own control. And yeah, that impacted me. And it still impacts me, like the consequences continue to impact me, but I can understand, it's compassion, at least that helped me, because people do things for a good reason in their own purview, their own skewed perception of reality. And this man was just acting in a way that he had to preserve himself. And he was trapped in ego and he was basically acting like a 5-year-old child who just wanted to feel relevant and who wanted to feel seen and who wanted to matter in this world. And I think most dysfunctional people can kind of, we can all relate to that. And those are the people that are going to go after you, who they're deserving of compassion, and the people that act like they don't deserve compassion probably need it the most. And I know that's hard. It's not what people want to hear, and that's a hard truth to face, but it is helpful if you can just try to make yourself think that maybe that's the case. It just kind of opens up a different perspective from which to look at things, and it made me feel better, at least.
I think it was me next. I can't actually remember what I was going to say this time. I was going to say something to just, but obviously now what you've just told us, Force. Before I came to Twitter, I didn't realise that, and I hope this don't come across as sexist, but I didn't realise how many girls, women were open-minded like this. I suppose it just in my experience, really. And I don't say things to people to make them feel happy or anything. If I say it, I mean it. It's what I feel at the time. But I think you girls in here and some that are not here at the moment are a credit to all of us. And I think you're all badass. And and just I understand why you got offended with what Logan did. But I knew that he didn't mean it in the slightest. And it was just sort of cross wires at the time. I just wanted to say that, really. I think you should all be proud of yourselves. I think you're all great. And like I say, I wouldn't say it for any other reason, just apart from I find it the truth. And that was it.
Megan?
You can go first. I forgot my point now.
Yeah,
There's a lot to kind of digest here, so I know that feeling. But if you remember, do you remember now?
I think that I love that everyone forgets what they were going to say, because that tells me that people are listening and not focused on what they want to say. Like, that's rare. And it's like, that's touching me. I feel that right now.
I was just taking in what everyone was saying, and obviously you were talking about loving yourself and obviously loving other people and stuff. And what I found, because obviously I won't go into too much detail because I don't want to accidentally trigger anyone or anything, but I ended up suffering with an eating disorder because I hated myself so much. And the only time I started to recover was, at first I had to learn to accept myself for who I was, the way I looked and how my body would naturally be, and just who I was as a person. But I feel like you have to learn to accept yourself before you can even learn to love yourself. And I found through accepting myself that it doesn't matter what other people can say about me or say to me, because at the end of the day, like, it's okay if people don't like me or my personality. Everyone's different. but I can still love that person from afar and know that that person doesn't hate me because of who I am. We just obviously don't click. But I just wanted to say that love is a big thing, and having to look at yourself in the mirror and be able to accept who you are is a really big thing as well. And I don't know what else I was going to say because my daughter's just came in full of tomato sauce. So
I just wanted to say, since I was next, yeah, I'm going through a lot of things right now because of particular situation we're all going through, and I guess some of us take it more seriously with, people that I live with, and it's very hard for me. It's a struggle, and yeah, like I'm going through the same situations. But if I went through this as a younger me, I would probably cradle. I would probably give in to others. I would probably believe what others think of me and just follow, what they said. But because I've had some sort of experience, I I can laugh at them and say, no, that's not me. This is who I am. And I believe in what I say and I believe in who I am. And, might be right, might be wrong, but that's what I've come to at this stage in my life. I don't want others to determine who I am and what I am in my own view. And they can be who they are and allow me to be who I am with respect. And I think that's really important. You can think like the craziest things of me, but if you don't respect me, then that means I don't really belong with you. And I think that should be its boundaries. And I think, we all need those boundaries. We all need the lessons and we all need the boundaries as well to learn from the lessons and set those boundaries.
So, Forrest, were you next or was it Taylor?
Taylor was next.
I actually have requests. Force wanted me to read for her, and then I was going to do Natalie. Just give me one. It was like with Force, it's like you shared a lot of your story, so I don't know how mind-blowing I can be, but when it comes to sort of breaking off and seeing things from a different angle, I get this vision of literally what you had dropped up top, the what's it called? The amplituhedron. That's actually you. That's like you folding. I mean, that's you in a constant state of. Because when you dropped that, I was like, holy shit, that's like the energy I was seeing for her.
Shut up.
I'm not kidding. That's you, like, turning yourself inside out constantly. And you're sort of meeting yourself where you're going. How do I say this? You meet yourself where you are. But you know how I was talking about how the universe is co-creative? You're seeing evidence of that in life so far, right? I mean, just and maybe just recently. Yeah. Okay. So, I guess the only like real there's no like negative. I don't see like a negative, like a pitfall or anything. I don't know. You may want to go to sleep sometime today, and sleep for 12 hours. But I know you've been up all night. So that's not very psychic. Yeah, it was like that, and I was tired the day that I actually did Logan's reading. I could tell because I stopped a lot, but it seems like for you, Force, you're highly accepting of your situation, and I heard you go over it earlier. But from the moment you dropped that amplituhedron, I was like, huh. And that represents folding inward on itself. Yes, that's you. That's totally you. And that's just been, maybe just recently you've been you've noticed that form of movement about your life, that sort of folding inward feeling, and it just keeps folding and folding and folding inward. You may know what I'm talking about. You may understand, like, you're experiencing it maybe right now and don't realize it, but in a month you'll be like, holy shit, I know what he was talking about now. I get that sense. And it won't be psychosomatic. Like, you'll realize that before this reading today, you were feeling everything I'm sort of talking about. But that sense of just like, it's like one thing after another happens, and yet with this newfound sense of oneness you have, and like you said, with that compassion, you're able to meet it where it is, one thing after another, and it's not as bad as it used to be. And I would say that too. I would say about 90% of your fears, Force, are of things that will never happen. And the other 10% are never as bad as you think they'll be. That makes sense.
Yeah, thanks. That's cool. I'll have to sit with that a little bit more. But yeah, it resonates for sure. And I know that, you know what I mean? Like, I do catch myself, and there's always been, not always, well, yeah, there's always been this like
You're on the right track.
Yeah, this underlying sense of, you know, like I'm right where I'm supposed to be, and things are just going to work out for me. Like, I just know that. So when I do find myself, where I don't worry about big things, like live pretty fearlessly, because there is some kind of just knowing underneath it all, so to speak. And even with my marriage and divorce, I knew that it would end terribly. And I also knew that he was the right person, if that makes any sense. I mean, to me, it was wonky, but it made sense to me. Like, this is going to be bad. But this is exactly, like, this is my person. Like, I don't think we choose the wrong people. And I guess I knew that even back then. We need these experiences, and I'm a stubborn ass. And my stubborn ass, fought and fought and fought because I needed to learn surrender to what is. And wow, how powerful that was, and so that's a huge gift that I needed to endure all of that in order to be open to it. So thank you.
Yeah, Taylor, you're gonna do another one?
Jess had her hand up.
No, go ahead.
Well, I want to say, Force, thank you for sharing all that. And I'm kind of like projecting my own experience, like, and taking your words in. Like, it's something that I wish my mom had said to me as a kid when she was going through her divorce from my dad. So I'm definitely these words I've always been longing to hear, and it's amazing that you're sharing them today and that you've come to these conclusions. And yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. It was meant to be. And I think, I'm sure if your mom, I wish my mom would have said, my mom is very stuck. But again, these experiences with feeling so apart and dissociated from our own parents, like, my own parents don't even know me. They don't see me. They don't understand me. And I think all of us in this room can probably relate to that. We have to find it within ourselves. And I think with our parents is probably the most difficult. But I married my mother. And so, it was in working through things and with the marriage counselors, with my mom, and with him, it's all connected. It's the same wound. We pick the person to be with that pokes our wounds. And the purpose of that is to get our attention. And so, that's where the gratitude can come in. So if you can think of these perpetrators in your life as a divine teacher in disguise, it opens the door to shifting your perspective on it and looking to see what's there underneath, the rubble and the rubble of the drama and the pain and the whatever you're enduring. There's some gifts underneath there. You just have to have the courage to go inwards and, take responsibility too. Like, this is the man I married, and I have to own that. And it's painful, but it's so worth the struggle, y'all. It really is. You're free when you can just own it, because now I'm in control. And when I'm in control, no one can fuck with me. You can't touch me, and so it's very liberating. And I don't fear people can't manipulate me. I don't allow them to. And if you notice my Twitter and I'm okay with that, or I'm okay with it. I had to be taught at 40 years old that I could validate myself, because didn't know that. I could just be okay with what I did, even if he isn't. Well, that kind of makes sense. How come you didn't mention that before? And I immediately integrated it and employed it. And that was kind of the beginning of the end, because I disrupted the dynamic and I could no longer be controlled by, needing his agreement. And also in my bio, it's like, I neither expect your concurrence nor fear your disagreement, which is to say, I don't need to adapt my beliefs or agree with, who I say I am, or agree with my choices. And if you don't agree with me, I'm okay with that too. Like, I don't expect you to agree, and it's okay if you don't. So it's like, I'm okay with it, and you don't have to be. And those words are quite magical. Try it sometime. And no one ever teaches this, but you can validate yourself in the face of somebody trying to get you to do something other than what you want to do. And you just tell them that you're okay with it, and you hand them back their power by saying, you don't have to be. You can have your opinions. I'm not going to try to change your mind. I accept that you have your opinions, but I'm going to keep mine. Thank you very much. And I'll end it there.
Hey, Forsey, remember what we initially bonded over? It was that quote. Remember it?
Vaguely, but it's not coming to me. But
It was imagine being so in your power that others no longer have the ability to emotionally, mentally, and physically manipulate you.
Yeah,
And
that's your bio. Yeah.
that was like on my header. I just changed it a couple days ago to something really horrible. But yeah, I should put it back to that maybe. But yeah, I thought that was a great quote, so I just had to put it up there. But yeah, it's because the author. I love that author.
Who is the author?
Snarch or something.
Oh, Snarch, David. Oh,
Snarch.
that's right. You're the only person that I've ever come across that's familiar with that man's work. I can post the book that he wrote that taught me all of this and changed my life. It's a free PDF download. I'll post it in the bottom, but highly recommend it. Very, very powerful take, very different perspective on relationship dynamics, and very hopeful perspective.
So yeah, I think Jess, you were next, right? And then Taylor.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, regarding relationships, we marry our parent, the parent we have like the worst problems with. I think we seem to be attracted to those people. It feels comfortable. I know that for sure in my case. And I think the strongest I ever felt, but the most vulnerable I ever felt, was when I was single. I had, in a way, the most freeing sensation in my life, where, I did what I wanted to do. I wasn't bogged down by someone else's fears or anger or any of the emotional drama that, or that comes with a relationship. And, I just remember those days, and I miss those days in a way. But yeah, I think, I once you learn, the strongest point in my life is when I learned to accept myself, and I was single, and and I just felt so free. And I remember those days as being so special. Um, and I forget what I wanted to add to that. But, oh, Taylor, you once said to me, you have a really strange or interesting energy. I wanted to know what you meant by that, if you can expand. I'm just interested.
Yeah, it's just I said it was strange. That sounds negative. I'm sorry
No,
if I
you
said it
said
was
you said it's
strange.
interesting, or no, you said it was interesting. Sorry.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, interesting. It is interesting, and the fact that just seeing you and like I hear your questions and everything coming up in spaces, and just seeing you around it is like it's not something I would have gotten about you if I hadn't heard you speak and everything. It goes with sort of what my initial whatever would have been about you, but it doesn't. It's like I probably would have been a little off about you because I don't meet people with your energy, and it's just I can't seem to, because like there are only 76, what is it, 70, I don't know, there are a lot of archetypes. I say only 76. There are a lot of archetypes, let's say, in a deck of tarot cards. It goes the same with human beings. Like I think there's something more like 144 archetypes to humans. And if you hear me do readings, sometimes the same thing I say to one person will apply to another, you know? But that's just all that surface level stuff. And when I'm going by color, it's like, like all the colors mean the same things when I find them in the aura. So when it comes to like you just and your pink energy, it's just it's different because you are so honest. Normally people with pink energy are too what is it, it's like their kindness is too, it won't let them do that. It won't let them be brutally honest, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I kind of just say it. I usually just say it, even though it might not be accepted, but I say it because it's my truth. And I believe that the other person should uh, get my truth, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I am saying this. There is not enough brutal honesty in the world anymore, and I'm saying for you not to change at all.
Well, we're all just going through this kind of lesson, I guess, or experience. So, we can't really change. We can only be who we are. And I believe in being honest about my feelings. And a lot of people feel uncomfortable with that, I would say, because it reflects on them that they're not being honest. And, maybe it forces them to see something in themselves that they don't want to see. And I'm just like streaming these thoughts. I don't think, I'm still learning myself, and I'm still growing myself. And I know that that's, where I am. I know I'm not in my perfect space, and I don't know if there is perfection, but I do want to find my strengths again. I don't feel like I have that. And, like since the pandemic, um, I've sort of struggled even more with that. Like I'm struggling again, and I don't know kind of where to find that strength again. If that makes any sense to someone. I just feel like fear all the time, and I don't want to feel that, but I do. And I guess, yeah, it's kind of crippled me, and I'm being honest about it.
We were supposed to go to Taylor next. Taylor? Or actually, did we go to Taylor next? I'm confused.
Chrissy was next, and then after her, I'll read for
Yeah.
Natalie.
Did you
Yeah.
did I already call on you, Taylor? I'm confused.
No, I had just put my hand up.
Oh, okay. What's up, Trizzy?
Oh, sorry, I thought I had my microphone on. Go ahead, Taylor. You can go first. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Natalie, because you're younger, yours may not be as long. What I get, and like this may have just come up earlier, but I tend to, it's like if I see just 1 millisecond of it, it's like, yep, I know what that is. You make excuses for too many of the people in your life. And it's not like anybody's just downright trying to get you, but it's almost like, I don't know, you deny anybody could be that mean. Does that make sense? And as far as because you're at an awkward age, I know you're not a teenager, but you're still at an awkward age in life, because it's like premature enlightenment. It's like spiritual development. It's just, it really is. It's a beautiful next step. And like, you totally did that. You reached a point of surrender by coming in here and sharing with a bunch of, people you don't know about like what was going on with you. And like, look what's happening now. And like I was saying earlier, you would have a bright future, I think, as a psychic, just going energetically. And the fact that you're so honest that it will, and it's like, it is, you don't want to like upset the father of creation or whatever you believe in. And I get that. I'm from Texas, but that in itself, even if you could, it wouldn't matter. Your honor in upholding what you know to be good about spirituality is what would make a really honest practicing psychic in the future.
Yeah, thank you. So in Texas was the last time when I traveled somewhere alone and was just like welcomed with open arms. Went to a poetry reading and it was amazing. And it was like just completely outside of my hometown in a new place, and like I'm still welcomed there in that place. And I am in an in between where I have to be like, I feel a need to be self-sufficient and to have like some letters behind my name in order to navigate my career field and everything. But I also know that if I like went rogue and did it all like singularly, or like in a new place, like I would still be welcomed. So I'm not finished with what I have here yet, but I will be soon. And I think I'm going to graduate, to that next level.
Nice. Yeah, no, you will. And I don't know what you're doing, psychologically, emotionally, you're really emotionally intelligent. That pretty much goes for, I guess, most women. You could count on them for that usually. Less so men. But emotional intelligence, and remember that, not everything is your fault. Not everything that happens to you is because of something you did wrong.
Okay. Yeah. I definitely feel like it's all my fault a lot of the time. So maybe not everything is my fault. It's not all about me.
Was there anything wrong with you when you were born, or did that come after you were born? That's a rhetorical question. The point is, no, there was nothing wrong with us when we're born. That is instilled later on. We're born, perfect and pure, And anything wrong or like character defects, those are developed.
Yeah, there was
Okay.
a situation. I did a meditation one time that was like remembering what it was like to be in my mom's belly. And yeah, that's just a very innocent place. Anyways, I encourage myself to try that again. And you too, if you want.
And I wanted to speak to that point of no thought for that form of meditation, because my meditations, mostly I go to talk to aliens or, spirits. But the point of like a really good meditation you would want to get into is to think no thoughts. Be perfectly okay with any thought that pops up and don't take responsibility for it. Just listen to it. Don't just watch. Don't react.
That is
That's
so
sort of the state of no thought.
I lately I've been meditating on box breathing, and I've noticed that when I breathe out, um I'm more reluctant to hold my breath at the bottom of an exhale, and I'll just like skip the hold and jump right back into the inhale. I want that pleasure. I want the oxygen in my lungs again so badly. But then I like feel like guilt, and then I have to get it right the next time, which is cool and everything, because I'm getting better, getting better at it. Um, but then not associate, like detaching from whatever happens. Like my body knows what to do. It's an easy goal. Like 4 seconds in, hold, 4 seconds out, hold. So
It's actually, you should be doing 7 seconds in and 5 seconds out. And no, it's okay. It's okay. You'll get to all of this, but don't worry about holding. Just be completely aware of the gap between your in and out breath, or between your out in breath. It doesn't matter. Like, and let your breaths be as big as they are for meditation. Just let your breathing run just as it wills. And you cannot go wrong by like, you don't have to do any breathing exercise at first. Just let yourself breathe. I mean, you say I breathe, but breathing is something that goes on whether you're doing it or not. So just let it happen and be aware. Don't be hyper vigilant of like how long that, like, you don't even put a gap, like a pause between your breaths. Just be aware of the space at the very top and bottom of those breaths when they happen, and just let your mind go blank.
I'm going to focus on being aware of the space at the bottom of my breath. I think that's something that I can take from all of this.
But don't hold your breath. Just be aware of the space.
I hold my
Sorry,
breath.
go ahead, Chrissy.
Hi, real quick, why not hold your breath? Is there something about that? And then I have a follow-up.
No, it's fine to hold your breath if that's what you're used to doing, if that gets you to your meditative state. I'm telling her that when it comes to meditative breathing, you don't have to try. In fact, when it comes to meditation, the opposite of trying is best. And I definitely know physical exertion. And and Logan, this is a really great way to learn how to not only increase energy, but make sure you don't spread it too thin. Is through these like meditations, these breathing meditations. I tell you what, you should put the link to the Alan Watts meditation. It's 15 minutes long. It's perfect. He says in that something really beautiful. He says, he's talking about, try not to push thoughts out of your mind. Don't force them out. Just let them play along with, because that'll have the same effect as trying to smooth rough water with a flat iron. You're just going to disturb it all the more. It's one of my favorite things he says.
Oh, that's amazing that you did that. Alan Watts has just come into my world in the last week. This is so wild. Okay, so now here's my follow-up question, Taylor. All right, we like to do spaces where we educate everybody, and I would love that we could possibly do something with you for more people to learn. At first, what I wrote on my note was, I hear we can learn how to do auras, but so it's just like, something that maybe weekly have a little class, or maybe just once. I don't know, but just what would be your thoughts on something like that?
I would be happy to teach a weekly class, or just be in here for weekly Q&A. I've done this for a living for so long that I forget. It's like part of the validation of like me. I'm like, this is real, damn it. I have cash in hand to prove it. See? And it's like I have just like had because people are like, that's all bullshit, and it's like, well, I mean, yeah, but it pays my bills and I love it. So, and it's like, how can you deny that there's something more at work when I have physical real world evidence that, yeah, there is, and it's like, I'm not like bragging or anything. It's a point
Whoa,
of,
Taylor, hold on. You have
Go ahead.
real world evidence of what?
of the psychic gift, my bad. That like psychics are real, that I'm real. And like so many people still don't believe in it.
No, but I disagree. There's no way. What evidence do you got? I mean, I'm not saying you're not a psychic, 'cause I think you are, but I mean,
Yeah.
what evidence have you made that people
it's
would
not
accept?
necessarily, it's not necessarily like the psychic gift isn't real. It's that people have always told me I was wasting my time, and it's just like, but I was talking about people who don't believe that this has any value whatsoever. It's like, look, I bought my car. I bought it has supported my daughter and I for 11 years. It's like, yeah, it does have value too, and it's
Yeah,
like
people
when
are
I have,
retarded. There's gonna be a crap out there.
yeah. Oh yeah, it's always going to be, room for doubters, but yeah, I would love to do that because I believe that in the future, I mean, all of our jobs are going automated. I think that because we're all born psychic, like this may replace the 9 to 5 one day,
Oh man, imagine psychic robots. That's like, I mean, is that a possibility?
I'm already kind of in the works on something that's it's psychic biotech. It's yeah. I mean, it's really just the beginning phases of like an idea, but I got like somebody's attention on it, so I'm waiting. Psychic technology. This would be for enhancing human psychic abilities, not some sort of freestanding operating psychic. That would just be ridiculous.
Oh, I just realized I was talking on mute. So what was the last thing you guys heard me say? I did call on somebody, but maybe they didn't hear me because I was on mute. Jess, what's up?
No, I just wanted to say how much I really enjoyed this morning's conversation. It's been quite enlightening and healing, I guess. I guess it's part psychiatric and part spiritual. So I just wanted to tell everyone thank you for allowing me to have this conversation. Another thing is, I wanted to know if Taylor ever doubts himself. And also, I just want to say, like, the times I remember going through hard times were also the times where I grew the most. So I remember those times as the most freeing, if that makes any sense. When I look back on being single and being alone, it can be lonely, but it also is also the time where I grew the most and grew to understand myself as a person the most, and grew to accept myself as a person the most. So, I just want to tell all the people who are, in that spot that to enjoy it, because it's really the most free you'll ever be. If you ever find yourself in a situation where you're with another partner and you have kids and you just don't have the time for yourself anymore. So, yeah.
100% agree.
What was your question one more time, Jess? Sorry.
Oh, I just want to ask if you ever doubted your
Yes.
abilities. Yeah. I know it's we all doubt everything. And also, Natalie, you don't have to be psychic per se, like pursue it as a career if that's not your goal, but you can utilize that in whatever it is that you decide to be. And also, Taylor, you probably saw me in pink because I'm next to my dog, who I give unconditional love to. So, like, complete, she's my baby.
And you're
So,
wearing pink, right?
yeah, and I'm wearing pink, true. I'm wearing pink. But definitely I'm next to her, and it's unconditional. Like, I'm like crazy about my little doggie, and I try to protect her because she's so little.
Oh, Taylor, can you tell me what color I am?
Yeah, you've got gold and overtones of black. Do not be afraid. Black is a good color because it makes you trustworthy. It's like you're good at keeping secrets. Loyal, in other words.
Who dat?
Natalie.
Awesome.
Natalie.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
Wonderful.
Good.
Wonderful, wonderful. I have been listening, and I wondered, hello, everybody, and hello, Taylor. It's nice to share a space with you. I wondered if you wouldn't mind doing my color.
Purple. I don't know. It may not be. Purple is for heightened spiritual development. It's like someone usually on the cusp of like a major spiritual breakthrough. And it could be it could be similar to your friend to Natalie. I can't remember what exactly I said, but I'm getting similar energy. You two are both kind of on this same trajectory spiritually. And like, yeah, it ends in enlightened souls, but both of you are way ahead of your time. So you're wise beyond your years, Casey. And I get this sense that you were afraid because you're afraid that I'll see even the things that you think I'll judge you. Well, I don't. It's just like I had to get used to just people do things a long time ago, and it just doesn't bother me. I see it like I'm a doctor, like I'm, or something that it's just so okay because you're human that it just doesn't bother me. If that makes sense.
That's a lovely thing to say. Very nice, Taylor.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, what color was I? And then Safiro was asking if you could detect or give your perspective on his color in the listeners.
Taylor, you're gray. And by that I mean muted, and by that I mean very giving in your color spectrum. And sometimes how you can see gray static in a TV, and then like you let your eyes relax and you see rainbow, you see all the different colors inside gray. That's what you're reminding me of right now.
Golden gray. That's cool. No, Force, did I tell you what your color was?
No.
Pink. Yeah, you're the same as Just, but while Just is like super, she's got like that super white, even almost brutal honesty, which is good. We don't have enough brutal honesty left in the world. You have a method of tact that Just would consider a waste of time. I'll put it that way. And but that's
some
yeah.
people might interpret it as brutal honesty, but I tried to kind of soften the brute part of it.
Ooh.
Which is beautiful. It's beautiful that you do that. Again, Just would find it just a waste of she would just be like, just say it. And it's cool because you end up coming up like, you can't, how is it forced that you can't say anything in less than 1,000 words? Do you write?
I mean, depends on what you mean by do I write. I enjoy, yeah. I mean, I do like to it's
Read.
kind of an outlet, yeah.
Interesting. And who else was it?
Safiro, the white avatar with 403.
I know. And his is, it's funny. His would be white because that's brutal honesty. And you talk about somebody who doesn't have time for bullshit. That's Safiro. So yeah, it's funny that his icon is white. He's white. But
That
That's hilarious.
actually just affirmed something that he said to me in the DMs. So that was for me to hear also. So thank you. Wow.
Oh yeah, no problem.
All right. Damn, he left. There's a guy in here that is oh, it doesn't matter now. But what's up, Jess? Or actually, no. Sorry, I think Megan was probably
Megan.
next.
Yeah, Megan was
Yeah.
next.
I just wanted to ask Taylor how he comes up with people's colours. And I just wanted to know whether he also feels people's energy.
Yeah, so I sense people on all 5 senses. So sight, smell, taste, touch, sound. And and of course the 6th sense. And I'm a clairvoyant, so it's like I can't help. It's like when I reach out to your energy on, because between you and I, the way I see life is space holds us together. So there's 0 point energy. That means I am you right now. Okay? And yes, I can feel energy. I can sense it. I can see it. I can taste it sometimes. I can smell it. Doing a reading the other day is just one of many that a woman called asking about her husband and everything, and I tasted alcohol, and I was like, has he been drinking a lot? And that was how she was like, oh my God. Actually, no, he had quit like years prior, but he had started again. She found out when I started tasting alcohol in the reading. So, it comes on all 5 senses, and it's just so fast now. Like I said, I used to watch Montel Williams every Wednesday, where Sylvia Brown was on, and her readings were so fast. Like, people would ask her a question, and she'd just be like, boom, answer. And she'd be right, like, yeah, 85% of the time, which is me on my best day. Some of my clients would tell you that I'm 100%, but it may just look like it. But no psychic is more than probably 85% accurate on their best day.
Okay. Just what's up?
Oh no, I just want to say, Taylor, it would be really, Chrissy kind of took the words out of my mouth. I think I even spoke with you before about it. It would be really nice to do like a weekly either meditation or whatever you wanted to bring forth. I'm sure you'd find a lot of takers in that if you're interested.
definitely we can do like, and here's the cool thing: if we all gather like in the same space and do the same meditation, and I just guide the whole group. Even in the Bible, it says where two or more are gathered in my name, I am in their midst. If we're gathered in the name of spirituality at all, it's going to increase the intensity of the meditation. The more people who are participating at the same time, we don't have to be in the same location for this to apply. No space applies when it comes to spiritual work like this. So when I say, I embody someone who's across the globe, I mean that, spiritually it is possible, and thus I do it all the time. And you really do. You just got to go there with your mind and know that you're receiving from something that knows what they're talking about for a person you're talking to. And yeah, I could go on and on about like best practices, never go back on an original prediction I did. If I like the only 2 times I ever did, it ended up coming out exactly as I predicted originally anyway. And then I just look stupid. So it's like, it's weird. Like in this realm, there's supposed to be no wrong answers. People start to judge themselves. Maybe I'm not. No, if you're human, you're psychic, and like you can work and develop that, and it's important, I think, for the future.
Were you just sparking up a cigarette?
I was. It's an American Spirit.
Oh, there you go. That's a quality brand right there. I was going to say that, just as a cool, there was a guy we had, actually, is he here? Maybe another time. But, yeah, consciousness is like fundamental, right? So like, if we're here, like, I don't know, are any of us like really where we are? It's all just, we're all here like in the same space right now that we're sharing. I think we're all like together,
Yeah, exactly. But, focused on one common goal, which is like to, experience the same, maybe not like non-linear space together. And like that one purpose, brought together by spirituality, that's what connects us, and that makes it way more powerful. The effects on like everybody in the group will be greatly intensified. So it's like, if you're going to meditate on your own, you should before this group and then see the difference. But it's like, you may not want to meditate after you meditate with like a large group of people, or you may not want to alone anymore. It's like, just doesn't do it as much for you,
Yeah, I think you can hear me right now, probably. Yeah, I think there's some people have a tendency.
We got a 1-to-1 echo.
Okay. How about now? Is it gone? Thank you. Yeah, I think some people have like a tendency to like just, especially on Twitter, like they just believe everything they hear or they read or whatever it is, especially if it's a source that they like or they used to trust or whatever the case may be. So I agree with like a lot of what Taylor says, but just in case you have that kind of tendency, like just know that like just you gotta always find like your own truth, whatever that is in the world, right? Just don't believe everything you hear. But yeah,
I can't teach you everything, and half of what I believe is exactly that, what I believe.
Mm-hmm. Safira, what's up?
Hey guys, thanks for having me. I'm not going to talk much because you know me, I drone off, I get complicated, and I interrupt without meaning to. And Mr. Taylor, I'm respecting your input on everything, so you do have the floor. And I just want to remind everyone that if one person can do it, all can do it. And once one person reaches, this opens the path for others to follow if they are willing. And we are just people. We're weak. We know we can be strong, so we seek what we don't understand because it is like instinct for us. And when we find like-minded people, and no matter how crazy we sound, because I am crazy, within that craziness, there's this absolute bliss of full understanding that you can't explain, but you can comprehend. It's like the voice inside that isn't a voice. It's like a random thought, instinct. Take notice. Learn not to think, because thinking causes obstruction. It opens too many paths. You lose track this way. It's hard to do, but I have faith in all of you. And Mr. Taylor, you're doing a great job. Thank you. I'm done.
Thanks, man. That's true. Anything I can do, you guys can do better.
And sorry, I might have talked over somebody earlier. My app just crashed, so sorry if that happened. But yeah.
And Logan, I want to help the co-host, but I also want to do an Alan Watts meditation. So I'm going to bounce out and bounce back in later.
Sweet. Good recommendation, Taylor. Casey, actually, yeah, my head is kind of like really throbbing at the moment. I got like a really bad headache. So I was just gonna ask somebody, hey Lizard, are you still here? Because I kind of need to take a break myself, actually. That's negative. Casey, you want to co-host?
Yeah. As I say, you can throw it to me. I'll just let him go.
Cool.
I can. Yeah, I can, Logan. For a little bit, till I let it crash. Or cause it to crash.
Something got really wonky on my end. I don't know what happened, but everyone was going, "Rah, rah, 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 rah," and I had to leave and come back. But
Yeah, that's just a noise I make sometimes.
I perhaps should take a break as well.
Oops, I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, that's it. I'm just probably have to take a break from spaces. It's been almost 24 hours. It's bad.
And not to interrupt anybody, I just want to say that, if it starts getting worse, I can leave because just being here kind of fucks everybody's stuff up when they start adjusting.
Logan, you may need to bounce Lizard. I think Lizard may be stuck in limbo. Co-host requesting limbo.
I think Logan's gone.
Cool.
Lizard, you can probably unco-host yourself and then come back, maybe.
Perhaps. Yeah, something worked. Okay, well. Hi, Chrissy. Welcome back. Is everybody reset? Can everybody hear me? Fantastic. Hi, Chrissy. Go ahead.
Can anybody else hear her?
I couldn't, but I see.
I can't hear her.
Dropped out. Okay, so now we're 4. Awesome. See, I told you I could take care of the space.
Good job, babe. Chick, girl, Megan. Sorry, I'm from the South, man. I use a lot of slang.
I'm from the South. I can turn mine on and off like a light switch.
Right on, brother. Yeah, I'm from Louisiana, but like most people in here, I'm from Texas also.
Yeah, see, the difference is in Louisiana, they don't know of the letter R. And in Texas, we put R's where they don't go. Warsh.
And then what is it, like Pennsylvania, where everything ends with an R?
I'm trying to think of what
Such
where
as?
everything ends in an R. Yeah.
Give us.
Oh, I don't know. I'm in Oklahoma.
I'm in Oklahoma now. It doesn't end. Does everything end in an R?
No, I don't know. I'm trying to think of the Midwest slang. Never mind. I don't know accents very well.
Please continue, English.
How do I words?
No, I was you was talking about the Midwest. The Amish colonized a lot of the Midwest, and they call everyone that is from outside their communities English.
Oh, the English to English.
I'm like thinking of script ideas now for this meditation for you guys. Like my church bells.
I was just thinking about your church bells. Yeah.
Timing and tone matter a lot.
I noticed that your church is like a few minutes early to my phone. It could just be like, delay.
It goes off 2 minutes early every day. Yeah.
Oh, see that?
We don't like nobody to be late around here.
It's giving you a heads up.
We don't take too kindly, folks. They don't take too
Y'all
kindly to other around.
y'all are slow down there in the South. Y'all are real slow.
Hell no. That's why we spin
If you
it
can
up the
keep up,
clock.
you're
Can't
awesome.
you hear it?
Yeah, if you can keep up with me, you are awesome.
I think it's funny that everybody thinks that Southerners are slow. It's like, aren't we like the birthers of racing and dying in fast cars? It's like our thing around.
The Southerners
Yeah,
are the reason we even have a decision of a country right now.
This is the Sooner State. Like,
I don't want to go there with you right now, Safiro, but maybe one day.
I'm just
I hear you,
I'm
brother.
just saying, when I moved to Louisiana, New Orleans specifically, they'd be like, "You're not from around here, are you?" And I'm like, "No, is it my accent?" And they're like, "No, you walk really fast, you talk really fast, you're always going somewhere at work."
on time.
Yes, I was the only one on time, and I actually stayed for my whole shift, and everyone else, would come in 2 hours late and leave 2 hours early. I'm like, "What is going on here?" New Orleans.
I can see you being a fast talker. You talk really fast, but you enunciate.
Yes. Megan, please.
I was just gonna say, people say the same thing about my accent, only because I'm from Yorkshire and we tend to really elongate our words.
Yeah, the English accent. I have a lot of UK clients, or have had a lot of UK clients over the years, and like I know the difference between Yorkshire, and like, oh, what is the other one? Like, there's London, and then there's, there was another. There's Wales, Manchester. That's it. And it's like you can define pretty much, if you know enough UK people, you can define where they're from by their English accent. I have a friend in the UK. His name's Pete Showstead, and Pete is a fantastic philosopher. But I like to mess with him. He saw me wearing like a USA shirt or something one time, and he said, "Taylor, what is it about the 4th of July?" And like we had it out about, you know, England and the US once or twice, and I said, "I'm glad you asked. It's the day we beat you and kept our land." I probably shouldn't have said that.
It's their play. We were quite brutal back in the day.
No, he got a laugh. I tell him because I mean he was raised in London, but he's originally from Scandinavia. His family, and it's like, and he's a ginger. And my best friend of 30 years is a ginger, so I can rip on gingers all I want and it not be racist. And
I'm a ginger. Go ahead, Omi.
all right, yeah. So you know, we got to love our gingers because they're invisible to God. No, I'm kidding. I told him, I told him, down in the South, of England, the Bonds come in, invading from the North, no less. Your people, you ginger, because it's just so quintessential of Scandinavians to have a ginger philosopher, be born of them. And I never let him forget that. I love Pete. I love his work. It's too much fun to mess with him.
People love ragging on gingers, especially like the British and stuff, but they lose the reason why they are allowed to do that is because the gingers, us, or what brought them their crown and riches. Engle is a derivative of Anglo, which was Anglo-Saxon. Anglo-land, England.
Fun. I just know one of my ancestors created stainless steel.
That's awesome.
Harold Braley, and it was during the First World War. He just added cadmium to aluminum, and that kept the guns from melting. Stainless steel was born. I don't see any of that money or anything.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but before that they tried chromium, but the chromium was not. It had a very low melting aspect in it, caused severe poisoning whenever they were using it. So they had to come up with another metal besides iron that can withstand the heat and of multiple and continuous usage.
As far as I know, it was just the cadmium. And the First World War too. A good example, like when it comes to people that have died overseas or whatever in wars. I've read for a lot of veterans, and the people that I've found. First of all Marines that are retired have lower back trouble, and they're all really broad-shouldered guys. All of them. It's just, and the way I tell them is, it's like you're a Marine, you carry the weight of a nation on your shoulders. Naturally you'll have a bad lower back, but a lot of it comes from the PTSD. And when you meet guys that, the higher the training, the smaller the unit and the more cliquey the unit. And when you lose somebody on a team of 5, somebody that you've been Navy SEALing with for however many years, I've noticed that that kind of death will sit differently with someone for the rest of their lives, and it's sad because veterans are they have the PTSD, but their physical health is directly I think is always just directly related to their emotional health. But it's like at the same time, we want them to come home and just say, "You were acting on orders. Fuck it." It's just not that easy for some people. We weren't there. Um, Taking their side basically, and like being empathic to that point. That's what I'm most concerned with is becoming one with someone basically, and just being like, man, I don't know how to make you feel better about this because I'd feel the same way, you know?
Hey, Taylor, I want to follow up on what you was first talking about, how, like you said, you can tell a Marine. If you're in public and you've seen a bunch of people, you can spot a Marine out of these people, even though he doesn't have his gear or anything on. But this goes with a lot of aspects of our society. Take Pentecostals, for example. All Pentecostal women have similar physical features. My dad pointed this out to me a long time ago. And every time I see a Pentecostal woman, my focus goes straight to the nose and the chin. They all have a squared off, skinny nose with like I hate to be, everybody has different features. And I don't know what to call it, but it's like a dickhead nose. They have a little slit at the end of the nose and their chin hooks. But then he also pointed out their hands. Even the Pentecostal men and women have similar scaled hands, similar size hands. If you look at most aspects of people, men usually have bigger hands than women. And another aspect, they have smaller feet. It's hard to find a Pentecostal male with a foot size over 10 and a half in U.S. And none of this is coincidence. Nothing's coincidence in my opinion. But I was just using those two just as an example, and this is in every branch of our society. Is anyone talking? Because I see speakers moving on here.
No, I just was going to unmute and say, and because I'm thinking about what you were just talking about. I don't know, but I noticed that you can pick out who definitely like when there's a family in the restaurant or wherever you are. And my only experience is in Tulsa area, so not a huge community.
Military posture alone is easy to spot, physically. But it's when, somebody calls you on the phone and it's like there was this one guy who I just started like giving him all these details. He like called and he was like, well, I lost a buddy and, during war, blah, blah, blah. And I just started spitting out like, it was like, go left of the cannon 3 clicks off the loft. And I kept saying, and take this person and take that person out. And he started crying. And I was like, do you know what the hell I'm saying? And he said that his buddy that died the day that he was calling me to talk about this buddy, he had died in this battle. He felt like he had been like right after he died, he guided him and made sure he was safe through the whole battle. And it would have been those like instructions: kill this person, go left at the 3 clicks. It was weird, but he was like, I know exactly what you're doing. And yeah.
Go ahead, JJ.
Yeah. I just wanted to touch on the fact that yes, emotionals affect the physical because it's all attached, emotions subside in the body in different places. It's like when you're in pain from heartache, you feel it all over your body, but especially in your torso, in your heart area, you feel like, part of you is breaking into there. And So yeah, we manifest whatever emotions we're feeling. We process it through our body as well. Yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Human emotion is it creates an energy. There's a lot that goes into just thinking about something and creating an energy for it. And when you're also feeling something you're thinking about, that just creates a stronger energy. So whether it's a positive or negative feeling that you're having about a thought, it's going to sort of bookmark that moment in time as whichever it is, whichever is more intense for you, if it's positive or negative that day. And our emotional state, you don't have to be psychic to sense without knowing her that they are in a really rough state, just getting around someone, you can sense their energy is off, and maybe it scares you or whatever, but we can all sense energy, and you can sense people's energy. I know everybody in this room has a huge measure of like giftedness, but it's like at the same time, like Saphira was saying, like we're all, if one of us can do it, can we all? And I'm hoping that there's some kid out there that's going to outdo me one day, but isn't anything like me. I have a daughter who has the same birthday as me. She's 13, and I was like, I'm gonna have to educate some boys or something, or you're gonna be bored to tears with the man you marry. Yeah.
Can I follow up on that? Not your daughter in specific, no, but just okay. I've learned, not just women, but men also, there's different variations of people. Like, one of my old friends, he got with this woman for like 7 years. He was a druggie, homeless. He was one of them people that needed a good person to get him straight. Once that woman got him to where he was, like 7 years, man, as soon as he was straight and everything, and he didn't need her to fix anything on him anymore, she just leaves him for another homeless dude, because that is what she needs in her life, is someone to better. And like I said, there's many variations of this. Some women need that dominance. Some women want that dominance. Some people seek ignorance or intelligence. If you're a dominant woman, you're seeking a man that's a little more ignorant but obedient. If you're that subjective woman, you're seeking a man that's intelligent but also has that alpha status, will protect you. But this is in all variations.
Yeah, going back to what I was saying of archetypes, I think there's something like 144, archetypes on this planet. Like everybody falls into something like that. Now everybody's unique, due to life experience and environment and stuff. But it's just like with the tarot deck. I was gonna go grab my tarot deck. Get back outside. I like the church bells. But I can't remember. Oh yeah, the archetypes. You're gonna find the same situations at the same period. That's at the same time period for many different people, even of different archetypes. But to speak to what you were saying, Saphira, I think that's just the archetype. That's part of the archetypal energy that humans have. Is some are one way, others are another. And when it comes to relationships, especially, I would say 90% of 30,000 readings were relationship based. And this is the one thing I've noticed. Everybody is afraid that not only will someone not love them back, but it's they're afraid that they're with the one. What was the best example? There was a movie that had such a good example of like the point that I have found everyone in relationships right now. Thor, Love and Thunder. That has got a really good encapsulation of the current state of human romantic relationships. They basically love each other, but they're so afraid because things are so good that they're going to get too attached, and then things will go to shit, and they'll be really heartbroken, so they push each other away. That's all of us right now in relationships. For some reason, the human condition just, it's like we can't make up our minds today. But we're getting to a point, I believe, where it'll be easier to, where we will actually start finding twin flames. And please, for the love of God, no one get started on twin flames. I just mentioned it. I'm just saying, you know, when that is achieved and you actually are applying the spirit to finding the one for you romantically, it creates more, let's say, mate for life energy, you know?
I agree. And like, that's why they say, they don't tell you be careful who you sleep with because of venereal diseases. It's because the groin chakra contains the most energy. I mean, it's like 58% of your total flow because it takes so much energy to produce life. And whenever you have intercourse with someone, you are exchanging these energies. It is a mutual exchange. That's where euphoria takes place and that raised heart rate, and you're matching rhythms and you both get into it. Now, I also say that if you don't have arguments and tiffs in your relationship, then you have a bad relationship. Because if everyone's always okay with something, there's not going to be someone with the mindset to strive for better for you and your family. For me, it's my wife. She is everything for me. She taught me what love is. And she saved me. And every move I make is for her. And in a way, that makes her upset because she thinks I deserve to do stuff for myself. I mean, it's a tandem, man, but you are very correct, Taylor.
Yeah, I just like love that. It's like, why go to the bother of living or of existing at all if not for love? I mean, it would be ludicrous to want to create more pain and suffering. You know, you go back to the Bible and it basically clearly states that there were three beings who loved each other so much, basically, that they didn't want to keep it all to themselves, and so they created like other civilizations, us being one of them, so that they could have their own families and shit. And so basically, a family is what decided together to self-replicate in this simulation and in the universe, right? And they were replicating, but they wanted to replicate more families, not just onesies of each other. And if you look at the current state of like family and romance, it really is like it's a question of love, or it's like the answer is love. It's a question that the answer is love, but nobody. It's like love is we're taking a new perspective on it. Now, I still approach it from the way Khalil said it when he said, think not you can direct the course of love for love. If it finds you worthy, direct your course. So, and I base a career on those words. But once we heal our ability to love and give ourselves that power back, like everything will be okay, and we will.
I just wanted to say that, like, if we come down in like spirit families, it's weird because I feel so totally detached from one part of my family, and that's my immediate family. I just am so different, and it kind of helped me in this world because it allowed me to be different and it allowed me to be okay with being different. So I just wanted to say that. I did remote view once what God was, and first of all, I got like this immense energy and uh, what do they call it? Infinity. I got the 8 infinity, and then I got images of people sitting outside of a church. I don't know, in like groups, and just I saw circles and circles of groups. So I don't know what it was supposed to meant to say to me. I didn't really do a huge viewing on it, but I just found it interesting, the data, if anyone else finds it interesting. Um, what else did I want to say? I had something else to say, but I forgot. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Megan. That's probably me.
Just hop in whenever you think of it. It's a small enough group. I don't think that we've got to raise up our hands or anything. Just go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I gotta go anyway. It'll probably
Okay.
clear up a little bit and help my wife.
Hey, thanks for coming, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man. Yeah,
Thanks,
we good.
Shiro.
Anytime.
I had forgotten to post a link that I was talking about in the beginning of the space of the PDF download of the book that I was referencing earlier about relationships, but I think it kind of applies to all relationships. And what I've kind of figured out recently is, hopping amongst like spiritual circles and learning a lot about psychology, and then, being in marriage counseling, and then dabbling in philosophy, and these kind of spaces. I think that what the spiritual teachings get at, they're always talking about transcending the ego and the oneness, and being one with another, the whole twin flame kind of concept. But I think what's underlying that and what's assumed by those teachings is that we are a fully developed ego. And so I think I suspect that the problem that many of us, today encounter when we're trying to learn from these teachings is, I wonder if it just kind of creates a more codependency, because I think most of us kind of emerge from our not necessarily childhood, but just emerge from our parents' home, the nest, so to speak, with an underdeveloped ego. And that's because our parents, haven't fully developed their own. And our culture, like I said earlier, does not necessarily teach or encourage such a thing. And so we're all running around trying to find unconditional love that we never got from our parents. And so we're all kind of codependent and expecting and even demanding that our partner, make us feel loved and worthy. So relationships are a struggle. But if you're trying to inhabit the teachings, the spiritual teachings, you're going to kind of become more codependent as you are trying to lose yourself and merge with another person. In psychology, that's called enmeshment, when our sense of self is derived externally from another person. And so that is why we're trying to control each other, because we're trying to control the other person's perspective of us, because that's where other people are a mirror, right? And so I need you to think that I'm a good person because your view of me is how I see myself. So it's a reflected sense of self as opposed to an internal sense of self. And so when we're trying to, be one with another person before we have fully developed our own self, that's not going to work, because you're not merging one whole person with another whole person. You're merging one reflected sense of self with another reflected sense of self. And there's always going to be a struggle there. And if you think about like just our human drives, we're driven towards connection, and we're also driven towards autonomy as humans. And so our culture, from the basis of like most psychology, your therapist is going to most likely come out of kind of the what is it called? I can't believe this is escaping me, but I have not slept. Attachment theory, right? So attachment theory has been kind of the basis for our understanding of relationships. And so if everything's attachment based, it's not surprising that we tend to be enmeshed codependent people running around. There's no nudge towards autonomy. And even today, if you assert yourself, well, that might offend somebody, and you're not allowed to do that, and you're going to get canceled. And so it's getting worse, like an autonomous person is deemed to be evil even, and rude and narcissistic, like selfish. We have to take responsibility for ourselves. Anyways, what I'm getting at is that you first have to fully develop yourself and know who you are and accept who you are and love who you are. You hear people say that you have to love yourself before you can love somebody else. And what's interesting is that when you do love yourself, then you no longer depend and seek out somebody to make you feel loved. You're loved, and you're worthy. And so, you're okay with being by yourself. What they don't tell you, or what I didn't expect, is you do all this work, and I'm finally capable of having a healthy, mature adult relationship. And there's not many people compatible. And so, kind of like what Taylor was saying about his daughter, he's going to teach these males. I forget how he put it, but my attention was divided. But I'm kind of like, okay, I'm going to have to teach these people. I'm going to have to, try to teach these people what I've learned, and teach whoever I can to kind of like, there's another way, and this is what you have to do, and this is why things are failing. But I did post the book in the Nest, but to me, that's kind of like what gets in the way of that kind of spiritual way of thinking. And it's not wrong, but there's a presumption there that the ego that's wanting to merge, and have this relationship where you transcend your ego, you first have to develop it. And I think most of us have not done that. And so a lot of the recommendations that self-help books and psychology books and even your therapist will give you just emphasize this notion of enmeshment and codependency in a way. They tell you, oh, you have to learn how to compromise. And anyone that's been in counseling for marriage counseling knows that both people sitting in those chairs, both partners feel like they have already compromised away their integrity and their identity, and they don't even know who they are anymore. It's like you've given so much of yourself that you've lost yourself, and you've lost respect for yourself. And so the solution is not to continue to abdicate your own needs and your own stance, but it's to stand up for yourself and assert yourself, really, which is kind of, and it sounds counterintuitive, but it really works. And this man is very successful with his clients, and his book completely changed the way that I think about relationships and the problems, quote unquote, that people have. He says are indicative of a successful relationship, and that if you're doing it right, you would have these problems that drive most people to divorce, and it's kind of like evidence of growth. And so he says marriage is a people growing machine. And so it's very helpful, and it made me very optimistic. I was never so excited when I came upon this book and devoured it. And I was like, oh my gosh, there's hope, like, hey honey, this book, wow, we're not as bad as we think we are, and this is a good thing, and there's a lot of potential here. And he wasn't interested, but I continued to grow and kind of outgrew him. He extricated himself, but I don't know, it gives a different perspective than what we're told and what we're taught, even by counselors. And so I just recommend it, and I've probably posted it like 20 times on Twitter, but I had forgotten to post that, and I mentioned that I would. So there it is.
It's probably why you guys struggled so much. Well, you outgrew him, and he could no longer relate to the person that he wanted to be with, who was whoever that was before you outgrew whatever it was you were. You know what I mean? You wanted that person, not the person you kind of grew into.
Yeah, it's not that it was that I changed the dynamic, and like I was saying before, I needed him to validate me, even though I really didn't need him to validate me. Like, I just couldn't. I don't know. I just had to be told that I could validate myself, and I could say, well, I'm okay with it. And so what that did was it prevented him from manipulating me. It prevented me from taking on blame for what was essentially his. And so he would kind of project at me, and I would take it on and act it out. And then he would point the finger at me and say, you're crazy, and then I would be like, what just happened here? And so I could detach. I was also working on boundaries as well. And so I could detach. And in my detachment, I could kind of see things more clearly, and I wouldn't get sucked into his drama. I could watch it and be okay and remain calm in the face of this man raging at me, like full on raging at me. And he's like a foot taller than me. And I would be calm, and I'd be like, I'm not sure what I did. I'm trying to learn how to apologize. I'm not, what did I do? Why are you so angry? And the dude didn't have an answer one time. He didn't know why, but what happened was that I was not taking on his emotion. And without me taking it on and acting it out, he had no means to discharge it. I disrupted his usual way of discharging his emotions and taking them on. And so he was left with them. And he literally answered me by saying, I don't know, like he didn't know what I had done wrong. He said, all I know is that I can't stand being around you anymore. And shortly after that, he moved out. And what's interesting is that at that time was exactly when I was able to behave and act exactly as he had asked me to. I don't want you to yell at me. I don't want you to blame me. I don't want you to call me names. And I checked off all of those boxes. I treated him respectfully. I treated him, with kindness and compassion even. And what he didn't expect was the other side of that coin, is that I treated myself with respect. And so that's the part that he didn't like, that I honored my reality, and you could not convince me that my reality, like gaslighting, didn't work. Trying to dump his emotions on me and blame me for them didn't work, because I could validate myself, and he could not stand being around me, quite literally. And so but they kind of go together. And what the book teaches you is that is the process of how you differentiate yourself from the other person when we're all enmeshed. And so you're in a relationship, and it helps you to learn these things because each person is pushing and pulling back and forth against each other. And that's how you grow. And so a lot of times it's exactly within the relationship that can teach you these things. And hopefully you grow together, because your growth would trigger the other person's. He could have learned how to validate himself, and he could have learned what I was modeling for him. But he was unwilling, to confront himself and to own that. But that's what happened, Logan. Sorry for the verbose.
Do you think that like your husband was had like arrested development, or was just like a child emotionally?
The counselors would say I mean, they told me narcissistic personality disorder. That is their diagnosis. It kind of checks out just by virtue of him being unwilling to confront himself. But, I'm trying to, I don't know if I kind of really agree with all these mental health diagnoses. It's just, I think we're all just underdeveloped egos. And yeah, so he's the little boy who was ignored and abused, quite frankly. And his voice never mattered. And he wasn't relevant, and so his whole life he's been trying to prove himself and been fighting, just to matter. And that's where my compassion came in. So yeah, that there is, he was limited there. And I don't know if he's done anything to self-reflect on that at this point. But yeah, very insecure. And that's kind of what is underlying with that kind of personality. The arrogant, narcissistic people are the most insecure. And if we can find compassion for that and see it for what it is, it's much easier to tolerate and navigate, and they will leave you, which was fascinating.
Yeah, he reminds me of my father. Just screams for the sake of screaming. I don't know who's next, honestly. Just yeah. Are we raising hands or are we just talking?
Well, I just wanted to say that, like, I really can resonate with that force because I've had relationships like that. And I think even after I've done work on myself as a person, the next step is to love someone else. And you really, with all the work you've done, you really want to um, kind of give to others. And I've always, like women in general, we want to fix things, I think, to some degree, or maybe people in general. We want to fix things, fix people, help people. And that attracts us to the wrong sort of people who use that. I don't know if you relate to that. You seem, and then there comes the codependency. And, in some ways, you do learn from those people, even if it is a negative experience. Sometimes there are positive in those relationships, but, you do learn some sort of lesson and lessons about yourself, about setting boundaries. You can love, but you can set your boundaries. And respect is very important in these relationships. If there's no respect, there's nothing left. You can grow, I can grow, but if we can't respect each other, then there's nothing. There's nothing, and there's nothing to talk about. So that's something I'm learning now. And yeah, I'd actually like to read that book. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, I'll just want to comment that I mean, I can relate to feeling disrespected, but what I learned, and this is unpopular advice, but we need to respect ourselves. And when you respect yourself, you cannot be disrespected. People can try to disrespect you, they can treat you disrespectfully. However, you will not feel disrespected because the respect comes from you. And what I also discovered about that, wanting to help others, first and foremost, those people, I was very codependent in a lot of ways. And the codependent person has to control other people in order to feel okay. And that helping is kind of like, a means of feeling in control. And often it's not helpful. We all have that friend, or we've all had that experience where someone's trying to help you. And we've all also tried to help other people. And we eventually learn that we can't access, we can't fix it for other people. But I've taken it a step further, and maybe it was even the result of that book, and you're kind of doing them a disservice. you know um we have to let people experience the consequences of their actions, and that's what I started doing with my husband. Like, no, this is yours, and I'm not going to rescue you from it. I'm not going to take it on. I'm not going to take the blame for it. And they have to experience the consequences of their actions or inactions, and we have to hold them accountable. That doesn't mean they're going to be accountable, but we can still hold them accountable and not take that on ourselves. when a child is learning how to walk, we don't pick them up and carry them around because we don't want them to fall down and hurt themselves. We all understand this when we're watching a toddler fall over and hurt themselves, but we let them because we know that that's how they learn. But we soon forget that, and we try to rescue everyone else, and we think that we're being kind. We think that when we lie to somebody, um to not hurt their feelings, we think we're being kind, and we will pat ourselves on the back for that. But actually what we're doing is um we're avoiding the consequences of being honest with ourselves and maintaining our integrity, because other people might have a reaction. They might be offended, and we're uncomfortable in the presence of somebody who's mad at us. We're uncomfortable in the presence of somebody who's hurt and upset or crying, and we want to fix that, or we want to prevent it, and so we just acquiesce, and we say, oh well, I didn't want to hurt their feelings, and we think that we're being kind when really we're protecting ourselves. And that's an interesting thing to face. It's very helpful. It's painful. It's difficult to face that, but it's more selfish than we realize, and you're also robbing the person of an opportunity to experience their own consequences. And even when it comes to, like, your partner's jealous and doesn't want you to go to girls night out or guys night out, and you kind of cater to their insecurities, because maybe they demand it, or maybe you just kind of feel bad, you don't want them to worry. um, you're robbing them of an opportunity to heal their insecurities. If you're okay with what you're doing and you've always done guys' night and it's important to you, you should go and do that and allow her to experience her insecurities. Otherwise, how can she heal them? And so you're doing both people a disservice. And so the most loving thing that you can do is often interpreted by your partner as mean and manipulative or disrespectful, and they will accuse you of that. But that's where you validate yourself, and you do what you want to do, and you maintain your own integrity, and allow the other person to experience the consequences of their own wounds. That's how it's supposed to work.
Wow, I like that.
Yeah, those were all some really good advice for dealing with like a narcissistic kind of sociopathic person. I think you're mostly talking about like partners and stuff like that. Most of my private life, as I've gotten older, I've managed to weed out a lot of people like that in my personal life. But when it comes to work life, you really are kind of forced to be around people like that, because you don't have a choice. I mean, you have a choice, but you kind of don't. My sort of thing I do to combat the narcissistic, manipulative sociopath is, well, what I did is I notice when I encounter these people, I can usually tell right away, even before we start talking, they're searching. They're looking at you. They're looking at your face. They're searching for your reaction to what they're about to say, or what they're saying to you. And they want that reaction. They want to see that reaction. So the best defense is don't react. Do not show emotion around these people, because they calibrate how they're going to treat you based on your reaction to their behavior. So I basically go cold around these people, or I laugh at them. They fucking hate being laughed at. It's so wonderful. I'm almost a sociopath against sociopaths, because I can almost understand that they're getting a charge out of your reaction to whatever they're doing, and the reversal of it, to the reversal of their fortune, and to see the expression on their face when you shut them down is kind of a charge. And I guess I can almost relate to them in that small way. But I think that is, to me, at least in a workplace situation where I don't really have any motivation to be compassionate to these people, because they're basically using any and everyone around them to sort of climb, and again, I'm talking like in a workplace situation. And everybody knows this person, and basically if I go to a new job, my job number one is find the villain, find that motherfucker, because there's one or two at every place. And once I find that person, my life gets a little bit better, because they try with me, and I've been down this road so many times that I almost kind of like it when they think they can do something, and you know what I mean. So I don't know. Does that make me a jerk? Does
But
that
then,
make me
yeah,
also a sociopath?
it kind of does, because it's almost as if you're feeding it. It's almost as if you're looking to play games, and I don't think that that's what life is about. Like, it's not about judging other people, it's about judging yourself. And for me, it's almost like, like, these people are, yeah, they're fucked up, but so are we all. It's just the way of dealing with it, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I agree to a certain extent, but again, we are kind of forced around these people by our situations, and these folks do not care. They only care for themselves. So if I could poke a little hole in them, in their little fucking fantasy, I will do it. It's not like I'm going around trying to be a big shot, or I'm just doing my job, and I'd rather just be left alone. But if somebody starts getting into my business and trying to manipulate my situation to their advantage, I think it is my sort of my mandate to shut that down, not only for my sake, but for the sake of others. Because I see, when it actually because it kind of doesn't bother me, because I know they can't really hurt me, because I know what's going on, but I see them manipulating other people, and other people are a little bit more afraid of losing their jobs than I am. Like, again, I'm gotten to middle age where you kind of don't give a shit about certain things anymore, such as losing my job. I'll get another goddamn job. I don't care. I'm highly, but it's I think I just, when I recognize a look in someone's eyes, and it's a searching look, and I'm wondering if anybody sees that as well. Almost like a back and forth movement of the eye. They're not quite looking you in the eye, but
Yeah. Yeah, honesty comes from someone who can make eye contact, usually.
I just saw the title of the space, No Hands, as I'm sitting here with my hand up. But I want to comment, because Jay just has a point, but I would also like to add that the way that you're handling it, Mai, is kind of like the next step up on the rung towards self-actualization. When I first learned boundaries, oh yeah, I enjoyed, laying that down, and I'm okay with that, with my little sassy attitude. You know what I mean? Like, that is a step forward from being, allowing these people to impact us. And sometimes, yeah, it's enjoyment of it, feeling your power, that's okay. That's part of the process, as I see it. But Jay just is detecting, that the emotion that we're hearing in your words, and the charge that you're still getting from these people, the way that you're talking about it. I hear it too. And so what she's perhaps getting at is that, that's not necessarily necessary. And when you mentioned your coworkers, that kind of brings to mind what I was just speaking about rescuing other people. So you might be telling yourself that you're doing it for the benefit of your coworkers, and maybe to some extent you are, but you are enjoying it a little bit. So, perhaps there's a little bit of gymnastics going on with how you're reconciling acting like them, and you're doing it to help these people, to make sure that they're okay. And I think what happens when you kind of mirror that sociopathic energy is, not only are they going to kind of probably back away from you, but they respect you. You're speaking their language, you're seeing them, and you're reflecting it back to them. So there might be a benefit besides them, you earning their respect in a way, and you being someone they're not going to pick on. They get to experience themselves through you, and so there is a little bit of benefit there, but that need not be done. You can have your boundaries without getting emotionally charged. You can have your boundaries without walking into a new job and seeking out that person. That's what she's sensing, because you can kind of evolve beyond that, and allow the other coworkers their own path of dealing with these kind of people. And it's hard. A lot of us are very empathic, and we experience other people's pain when we witness them being the target of these kind of people. But that's where it's kind of like you're maybe not doing them the service that we think that we're doing, and depending on who this is and what the situation is, these are adults that are responsible for themselves. So not only are you taking your time and energy to kind of heal your whole office and be the hero of your office, so to speak, but you're robbing them of the opportunity to learn how to deal with these people, and so there's a little bit of like, everyone's on their own path and you don't want to interfere with it. There is some benefit to what you're doing, and maybe that does help them to kind of curtail their behavior. I would guess that they probably would just go find someone else to pick on, but I just wanted to kind of give a little bit more to chew on with that scenario.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of your points. As far as seeking out that person, this is a kind of a survival tactic on my part, and again, this is over years and years of learning the hard way. You have to find them before they find you, before you know what I'm saying?
I disagree
Because
with that.
well, and the other point is that you're kind of talking about an office situation, and I'm not really talking about an office. I'm a blue collar worker. So I've worked in a lot of factories, and it's a different vibe. And a person a sociopath can really flourish in that kind of situation, because a lot of people working in factories are so desperate to hang on to this job. And so if there's a guy in any sort of position and he's sexually harassing and doing, just all sorts of crazy stuff, yeah, I'm going to do something about it. And I don't care, the consequences toward other, you know what I mean? It's not like a snap decision, I see this stuff happening over a period of time, and it kind of wears you down. And after a while, you're going, you know what? It's within my power to at least kind of put the brakes on some of this stuff, because people are enablers. The people that don't do anything are enabling and lifting this person up even farther and giving them more confidence. And I can't abide. Like I said, I've been the victim of these sorts of manipulative, lying people, and in these workplace situations, and they're just. And again, like I said, this is a little lower. In a factory, in an industrial situation, people are just really
That's
just
fair.
trying to make it, and but when you get like, it just takes one or two people, or they get in kind of a group together, it's really hard, and you almost need somebody like me to kind of call them out. And same thing with leadership. They've had work meetings where I've called out the CEO in front of God and everyone, and just fucking everybody's like, they started calling me the Dragon Slayer at work. And after that, I didn't even get fired because they couldn't really do anything to me because I'm like one of those people that show up every day and do my job as and so when I do speak up, people are like, what the hell, and I don't know. I agree with your sort of compassion,
let
but
me retract what I said, because you're making a valid point. And I think where we're at in society, we need people like you to demonstrate that, to show others how it's done. And so, perhaps we do need to that masculinity needs to come back, and people need to learn how to, even if it is aggressive. And you're right about the situation and the setting of the place, that is kind of what's demanded of you. And so I kind of take that back, because I think where we're at, we need that is where people need to go, and people need to witness, you demonstrating that. And there you are, surviving, and you're calling out people in the meetings, and yet you haven't been fired because they respect you.
Yeah, and
Hey, I don't mean to cut you off, man. My phone's about to die. I just wanted to tell everybody thanks for a great space. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Thanks, Taylor. And I didn't take the co-host, Logan, because I feel like I'm going to be bouncing out of here myself, which I think I was going to do an hour ago, and I just can't turn it off. But
hey,
well, that's what I thought.
What was the name of the book?
Passionate Marriage. I posted a link in the Nest and down below. You can download it for free.
Oh, cool. Thanks. Yeah, I kind of came in. You were talking about a book and I didn't hear the title.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that's some really useful kind of stuff, especially like the relationship stuff you were talking about. Because I've been kind of through that too. And that does require compassion if you want to make it work. But like I said, this workplace thing where you get, because my feeling is that does somebody that lacks empathy and compassion deserve my empathy and compassion, or it seems like a waste of time? It seems like a waste of my energy on somebody that literally cannot feel empathy toward another human being, and that, again,
How do you know they can't?
Well, I don't know. You just know. I mean, have you not met somebody that just is a fucking blank inside? Like I don't know. I've met a lot of people like that.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you mean, but at the same time, it's how can you really know? I don't know.
That's true. I mean, you're right. You can't exist in somebody's head, and I guess I go by the behavior, and I see patterns. And
I would say that you're expending more energy than I would with what I initially recommended. So you're saying they're not worth your energy, and that you're not going to change them, and it's true. But you are taking it upon yourself to use your energy, to kind of establish yourself and try to get them to just back off and leave people alone. You're still, not that you're feeding it to them, but you're still expending energy. And I think that's kind of why I had the approach. My initial approach was just like, you can exert your boundaries and maintain them quietly, and exert less energy. But I think you do have a point, so I don't want to dismiss your point, because I think it's a good one, and I think it's needed. So that's fair. But you are expending energy, but I think you mean well, and I think you probably do have an impact.
Yeah, and I agree with a lot of your points as well. And I'm taking those points in, because what you were saying earlier really made sense.
Yeah, I just wanted to give another point of view. You can kind of, it's like looking what Forrest was saying before. You can look outside yourself and kind of you know, realize that that's where this person is psychologically, or you could say growth wise. And not that you don't have to internalize it. You can just like say, you know, respect it for what it is. This person is that way, and that's where they are emotionally. They're stuck. You can kind of look at it that way. You know, they can only experience certain kinds of situations, and they're kind of stuck themselves.
To a point, I think, but in another way, society kind of rewards these people. These are often the most successful people on the planet, if you measure success in a certain way. You know what I mean? I have to qualify it, but
Monetarily or something.
monetarily, yes,
Power wise, yeah.
yeah.
We have psychopaths leading us, basically, it seems.
But yeah, you know, we as a society seem to be rewarding this and admiring it. You know, the gathering of material goods, clout, all those things, and these things are part and parcel of you know. I'm using the blanket term sociopath, but you know, I think it's a little more complex than that. Yeah, I think I'm trying to simplify it a bit, but I guess yeah, you know, and I recognize at least bits of my past self in these people. So I kind of, you know, I used to be a bit more detached from people's emotions when I was younger, because I felt, like you were saying about that partner, I felt not valid when I was younger, and ignored and dismissed, and but to the point where I think I borderlined a sociopath, because at one point I didn't think that anybody had any feelings, because I didn't think that people had real empathy, and I thought everyone was faking it, and therefore what did it matter? Now I don't think that way anymore.
I think
But
a lot of them are, to be honest.
right, you know, and but I think I was sort of in a sociopathic mode, but not in where I was doing things and manipulating
It
people.
was
It was,
self-preservation.
yeah, and it was more of an opinion. I just felt like people don't really feel, you know, when people are crying, they're just doing it to manipulate me and all this stuff. And I've backed away from that. You know, people do feel their emotions and stuff like that, but it took me a while, you know what I mean? Like it took me a while to kind of come around. It took various non, you know, it wasn't a conscious evolution on my part. It's not like I'm this highly evolved, wise, older, middle-aged person. I'm just as fucked as anybody else mentally. But you know, I have observations that I think are fairly accurate, and my observations have helped me in a small way to just to get by, especially just to sort of survive some of these people that I don't have a choice but to be around with. And yeah, you establish your boundaries, and guess what? They kind of leave you alone once they realize that you can't be manipulated. You know, I mentioned this in another space because this became kind of weirdly obvious to me when during the lockdowns and the mask mandates, was that the people that are getting the most freaked out about the masks being on were the psychopaths and the sociopaths, because they can't see your face, your reactions to whatever they're lying to you about or manipulating to you about. They're infuriated. They can't see the reaction. They want to see some faces, because they don't have a measuring stick. They don't have the toolbox inside of them, the empathy toolbox. They can get a clue about what's going on inside of you, but just by the reactions. But they can't put themselves inside your mind, is I guess what I'm saying.
Yes, they can. I absolutely can. I am not trying to cut you off, Jay. Just I've
No,
always
no, that's
loved.
fine. That's fine.
No, she's got her hand up, but this got the same author of that book that I posted has a book called um, Brain something, and he talks about mind mapping. It's kind of like theory of mind stuff, and this book is like, whoa. Basically, he's basically saying that empathy is usually thought of as, like, kind of equated with compassion, but these psychopaths that you're talking about are uh, they can absolutely get into your head. That's why they can do what they do. That's why they can read you. That's why they can manipulate you. It's just a different version of empathy that we don't even have a word for, interestingly, in our language. I'll have to grab the book and look, but
Yeah, that's
they
that's like pretty cool. That's like I never even thought about that before. But you are kind of right. But I guess they're not. They can tell what it is, but I don't think they can actually
so there's
feel it. You know
right.
what I mean?
Well, there are two ways of there's two ways with which we empathy is used. It is like a visceral thing, and I think other people in the space were talking about how they literally feel like someone is hurting and crying, and we were all crying in the space a couple times because we can feel the other person's story. So there's that visceral component, but then there is a significant cognitive component where you can cognitively understand what's going on. And so you might not feel the feeling, but you can understand what they're experiencing cognitively. And so what happens, there's a problem with envy, right? Like somebody's succeeding and we feel envy, right? When somebody's doing something better or somebody has something that we don't have. And that's not a good feeling. So what people do, and this will make sense to you, and this is fascinating because I never really thought about these things either, but what people do when they're feeling envy is they kind of transmute the envy into what he calls, where is that? This negative form of empathy. Go ahead, Jay Just. I'll find what I'm trying to talk about while you're speaking.
Yeah. No, I just want to say that you can kind of look, once you get to a certain place of understanding and the more you grow as a person, I think you can kind of recognize the beauty in everything. And even the not so beautiful things. And you can kind of respect it because it is there. And everything, like, a lot of people say, oh, gay people are bad or this person is bad. But yet it was created in the universe, right? So how can it be bad? It just is. And I think, you can see a person and say, well, that's where they are in their process. And you can feel sorry for them that they are stuck in that way. And everyone's stuck in some sort of way. So that's what I wanted to say. No one is perfect, and everyone is growing, and you don't have to accept the other person's psychodrama or whatever they're trying to push on you at the moment, but you can maybe understand it, I guess, or try to see from their perspective. And, whether it's good or bad, you can judge yourself. But I also saw in one of these near-death experiences, the person said that thoughts are very important. And my hairdresser, she's Christian, and she always said to me, anyone who's done you wrong, think positive about them. Think good things about them so they can grow themselves. Like, your thoughts are important. They are like actual energy, you're sending out to the other person maybe. So maybe instead of saying, ugh, I hate that person, ugh, he's so disgusting, you just send out a positive thought towards that person for them to maybe grow as a human being. Instead, it's really hard, but I don't know, that, you kind of learn that that's wrong. Yes, that's wrong. But maybe if you can wish that person to grow or wish a positive thing towards them, it might, send out positive ways for them to change, or maybe not, but it doesn't, it doesn't do you any harm. So, yeah, I just wanted to get that out there.
Yeah, I agree. And it doesn't do me any harm either. Not everybody can say the same though, because I think when you are wishing someone well, people feel diminished by that, because typically our interactions with other people are transactional. Like, you can say you're sorry if the other person says they're sorry first. And if you apologize to someone, you expect for them to reciprocate. And so that's kind of like part of the enmeshment and the reflected sense of self that we tend to operate out of, that we have to, outgrow and build ourselves up.
Well, do
So
you think that people shouldn't say sorry? That they shouldn't have to?
do I think that people
Like,
shouldn't have
if
to?
someone wrongs you, let's say someone does something to you and you feel it was uncalled for, do you just say, okay, well, if I ask for, them to say sorry, it's just me reflecting and
Well,
trying
no,
to,
no, I
you
see what
know,
you're saying.
yeah.
No, it always feels good, because I mean, but what it's doing, there's a difference between them validating me, like, oh yeah, well, good, because I thought so, or oh, you should be sorry. It's more like, oh, okay, this person, and you can tell, we can detect when it's genuine and when it's not. And so a lot of people apologize, that, like, sorry, or I'm sorry you feel that way. If they apologize for their feelings instead of their actions or behaviors, that's fantastic. That's a good one. It's popular. So yeah, I don't need an apology in order to know that this person, violated something from me. But I also tend to not take it personally, and so it always feels good for people to own their shit and own, their behavior. So I appreciate that aspect of it. But I think in the past, I used to really kind of need them to own that, because I needed them to apologize so that I could feel okay, because I couldn't validate myself, and I couldn't validate, and I didn't recognize that their behavior was not about me. Even though on the surface it always appears to be, but if you really look into it, most of these people are acting out of self-preservation. And so it's not about you. You're just the target because you're there and you're triggering it, maybe even, maybe they're having a bad day and they take things out on you. It could be anything. But yeah, so I'm not going to say don't expect an apology and don't seek one, but don't be dependent upon it, And so the other thing is, I had a hard time apologizing, because I didn't have, my self-worth was not intact. And you feel shame when you're apologizing. You feel like I did something wrong. That means I'm a bad person. Because we're kind of taught that, we're taught, we're manipulated by our parents and our teachers and authority figures, because they need to control us, because we're, little out of control kids. And so it's just kind of something that is part of our society that we just think is normal, because it's very difficult to parent empowered children. And I learned that by trying to empower my children and teach them boundaries and teach them that they can't control other people, only to have them use that against me, later that night or the next day. And it's like, oh, okay, this is why parents don't teach their kids, and I still try to empower them, but you have to learn how to parent a whole new different way. And so it's just about the expectation. You'll find that when you can say you're sorry and let go of the consequences, like I apologize because it's in my integrity to own what I did wrong. And I apologize to people that I will never get an apology from, ever, and never have. And I will continue to apologize because that is my integrity. And I kind of don't expect, back to my bio, I don't expect your agreement. And I don't fear your disagreement. I don't fear you not, responding in kind. But you'll find that most people are willing to own their actions and behavior. And as soon as you kind of apologize and own yours, all of a sudden their guard they can put their guard down because you're not fighting them. It's like, I refuse to fight you. You can fight me all by yourself, and you just put your sword down and walk away. And oftentimes the other person just kind of softens and puts their guard down, and they're open and they're more willing to confront themselves because they're defending themselves not against you but against, their own self perceptions. And so it just becomes a battle of underdeveloped egos. And I posted in the Nest the couple pages about Germany has a word, Schadenfreude. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I've been corrected about how to say it, but they have a word for that. It's antisocial empathy. And so I posted a few pages from this book. It's just really interesting to think about it. But the essence of his book is basically the painful realization of the fact that people know damn well what they're doing. And we try to say, oh, our parents did our best. And oh, he doesn't know how this is affecting me. And this man is here to tell you, yes, they do know. And we need to start talking about this because this is taboo in our society. Oh, what do you mean a parent doesn't love their child and is purposely hurting them? Well, guess what? They're purposely hurting you as a child. And that this happens in our culture. And we don't talk about it because it's taboo, because we don't want to think about what's happening. We don't want to think that our parents are purposely enjoying hurting us and teasing us and taunting us and punishing us with a smile on their face. So it's a very powerful book. If you can stomach it, if you've been through some of this stuff. But he states in here that he's never had a client like lose it. They end up struggling with facing the reality of the situation, but they come out of it more empowered and more understanding because they're not lying to themselves anymore. And so there's a gift there, but we don't like to talk about how mean and cruel people are. And he's studied this shit, and it kind of blew his mind as he was learning it. So it's powerful, but it's also like, ooh, yeah. It's not an easy emotionally easy book.
Hey, very, very good points you're making. But I got to get going. So I just wanted to say good talking with you all. And thanks for having me up, Logan. Good to see you again. And nice talking to you. Is that Force?
Forcey. It's Amy. You can call me
Okay.
either.
All right, Amy.
I'm going to go too, because otherwise I can't switch gears. It's ADHD. And I need.
Yeah, I'm about
I did her a favor and booted her.
Logan, you are such a stinker sometimes.
Yeah, she's been trying to get out of here for ages. She just can't seem to do it.
Well, that's why I left earlier. I thought the room was crashing, so I'm like, okay, everybody's leaving. Then you guys are all still here. So cute. What a great morning, though, Logan. This has been a really good room. Thank you.
Oh man, I can't believe it's 11 already. Shit. It has been a good morning, hasn't it? Wow. Yeah. No hands, Mr. Romo.
Oh, I apologize, but I don't know what that meant. No, I just had a question for her, but she's gone now, so I'll just wait for her to come back next time. Thank you.
Yeah, you can just send her a message.
I wish I could do that, but I feel like I don't know. I generally don't like to send messages over. Do you? Just randomly, like, I've never met her before. I don't want to be like, oh, I've got a
Yeah, we're
question.
friends.
Yeah.
Believe me, she loves to give out advice. She would love that you message her whatever it is you have to ask her. Actually, this has been like a pretty like cohesive space. It's all like mostly about like, well, just um the same kind of stuff, you know. Didn't mention aliens at all somehow. But yeah, we should just keep it that way. Um, I'm gonna do like a music space, but yeah, not a part of this one. So I'm just gonna let this one die. People can enjoy it, you know. So, anyone else want to say something before I close it?
Have a great weekend, everyone.
Bon voyage, ciao. Thanks for coming, guys. I'll catch you later.